time. It's time for our public hearing. The purposes of this public hearing is to receive public comment regarding an ordinance permitting the Circuit Court Clerk's Office to pay a one-time bonus to their staff. So if there's anyone here that would like to make a public remark in regard to this ordinance, you may do so. The podium's up here, and the phone line is open as well for public remark. It's good to see everybody out this evening. And Mr. Edwards, you're absolutely can make a remark.
I'm Richard Edwards, Circuit Court Clerk of Dickinson County. I'm here tonight to address the ordinance to ask for a one-time bonus for my staff. We were very short-staffed last year for about 2 months. My staff worked 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. We takes a lot to take care of the jobs and the task of Dickinson County Circuit Court Clerk, and I appreciate y'all letting us consider this. I want to let everybody know this is no cost to the county whatsoever. This will come, funds will come from our non-reverting office funds that we have. So just want to make sure that everybody understands there's no cost to the county whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for this
Thank you, Mr.
opportunity.
Edwards. Thank you.
What about Ron calling in?
Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment? Mr. Mullins, is there any calls? We'll leave the floor open for a few minutes. Just so the public knows, this is we have our public hearing scheduled at 5:50, generally just a few minutes before our regular meeting will start. So I'm going to allow this public hearing to go in a couple more minutes anyway. And the number, just for the record, I didn't read the number. It's 276-333-0357.
Where is our people?
How you doing?
Are they excited?
And I would note, Mr. Peters is appearing by phone tonight, so if anyone wonders why his chair's empty, he's with us via phone. Is that right, Ron?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, I got this whole end by myself.
Sorry, I was a little late.
Public hearing's been going on about 5 minutes. Is there any calls, Mr. Mullins? Anyone else from the public that would like to make a remark on this matter? Doesn't appear, members, that there are any other remarks to be made. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn the public comment and the public hearing on this matter.
So
I make
moved.
that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Peters. Ms. Willis, you'd like to
I'll
second?
second the motion.
Ms. Kaiser, or anyone else, any other discussion on the public hearing?
No.
All those in favor of adjourning the public hearing, please signify by saying aye. Aye. As well. Madam Clerk, the public hearing will be adjourned. We'll begin our regular meeting in about 5 minutes. All right, we're going to call this regular monthly meeting of the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors to order. Would note for the record that all members are present physically, but for Mr. Ron Peters. Mr. Peters had a prior engagement that prohibited him from being here. Mr. Attorney, do we need to take a vote?
Well, we do. We have to have his approval pursuant to our policy.
So, Mr. Peters, to begin this process, could you please state for the record your location and reason for absence, please?
Okay, I'm in San Antonio, Texas. I had some stuff I had to deal with my mother and come down and kind of, we needed to get down here because of her health and that.
Yes, sir. So,
But
Mr.
I'm not, and that's the reason I'm down here.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Peters is in San Antonio, Texas for personal medical reasons. Do I hear a motion to allow Mr. Peters to participate and vote in this meeting telephonically?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor of allowing Mr. Peters to participate telephonically, please signify by saying aye. Aye as well. So now that
Put me
we,
down as an abstain because it was for me.
yes, sir.
I
So
appreciate you before.
we're going to start off with a word of prayer, and I see Chief George Wallace here tonight. I would ask Mr. Wallace if he wouldn't mind to bless our meeting before we begin.
Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we're truly thankful, dear God, for this another day that you've allowed us to live, dear God. We thank you, dear Father, for just allowing us to be, just to be able to live in such a beautiful place, dear God. We thank you, Lord, for these fine folks, Lord, that has stepped out, Lord, to try to take care of the county's business, dear God. We ask for your blessings upon them. We ask, Almighty God, that you would just bless this meeting, dear Father, that it would be in orderly and everybody would be in one mind and one accord, dear God. We ask, Heavenly Father, that you would just pour out your blessings upon this county, dear God. And we ask, dear Father, that you would bless each and every one that's here tonight, dear God. Just watch over us and take care of us, God. Lead, guide, and direct us in all we do and say. In Jesus' name we do pray. And amen.
Amen. Ron, I'm going to ask you to lead us in the pledge. We'll all pause a little bit and let you get ahead since you're doing it by phone. But when you're ready, go ahead and start, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving along, we have item number 2. Well, actually, I guess we probably need to, item number 2, approval of our minutes from our January meeting. Are there any issues regarding our minutes from our January meeting we need to discuss? And if there are none?
Mr. Chair, I
Yes,
have
sir.
one correction to those. Mr. Peters brought to my attention today, there was one omission from this. If you look on page 3 in your packets, right after the paragraph, Josh Evans stated he wanted to say what a great job litter control was doing. Ms. Lyle has added a paragraph that states, Ron Peters stated, I have a complaint. We're putting such a burden on our truck shop now. They're picking up so much trash. That has never happened the entire 7 years I've been on the board. They're doing awesome. That's the only change that we had to the minutes.
I want to highlight these, they're doing an awesome job, as Josh indicated.
Okay, so we have that amendment. Are there any other amendments or concerns about those minutes? If there are none, the floor would be open for a motion for approval.
I make a motion that we go ahead and approve those with the addition added to.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second it.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. That brings us to approval of our agenda. I do have a couple of modifications I would suggest, subject to our approval or the whole board's approval. I suggest we move item 7 ahead of number 5. I understand, and I'm looking forward to that presentation, but I understand that might be lengthy. I know we have families here with children, and I would like maybe to allow them, if they wanted to leave with those children. So I would suggest we move 7 ahead of 5.
Mr. Chair, also, if we could, Ms. Smith is not going to be here with Heart of Appalachia, If we
strike
put in,
that.
if we could strike that and in that's place, if we could put the recognition of Mr. Childress and Mr. Sluss in that
Yeah, I'm
place.
glad you said that, Mr. Barton. And so item 7 that I'm suggesting to move ahead of 5, we would add recognition for Mr. Tommy Childress and recognition for Mr. Alex Sluss to those. So my request would be a motion to bump 7 to 5 and then allow everything to flow on down with the addition of those recognitions. Unless anybody else has any other amendments, suggested amendments.
I make a motion, we do that.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other discussion or suggestions or amendments?
I had asked for something to be put on the agenda, and I think the 4 of you voted against it, but that's fine, I won't add it, I'm gonna make my.
What was that?
I asked that we make our statement about the,
I wasn't aware of anything that I voted against.
yeah,
We didn't vote. I reached out to members to see if
he did a
they would
poll.
want to add that.
Okay, so do you want to add something to it, to the agenda, or?
Well, I had asked that we make a statement, but all of y'all had suggested we didn't, so that's fine.
Okay. So we have a motion and second to approve the agenda as it was stated, and the motion was by Ms. Sluss and by Ms. Kaiser. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye as well. That brings us to item 4, the consent agenda. Are there any discussions, questions, or items that need to be brought up on the consent agenda? Mr. Barton, is there anything that you feel needs to be brought specifically to our
No, sir,
attention?
nothing specific to this.
Any members have questions for Mr. Barton or anyone else regarding the consent agenda?
I make a motion that we approve all A, B, C, D, E, and F on those.
Mr. Peters, do you have anything?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Ron, second that.
Any other, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion for the consent agenda? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye as well. The consent agenda will be approved. That brings us to item, what is 7 on our agenda, but is now 5, recognition. I think, Ms. Willis, you had asked,
I did
ask
ask
them do you want to take the lead and start, or would you want me to?
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, yeah.
So for the public's information, earlier this month, we had a older gentleman who come into our courthouse, our judicial center here in Dickinson County, and we're really blessed to have Deputy Brent Wallace, who is the officer that works the front and monitors individuals that come in and out of the judicial center, make sure they're not carrying weapons, make sure they're not causing any trouble, and make sure everyone in the courthouse is safe, including me, who's there almost daily, so I appreciate him probably more than anyone. And Brent's always there with a smiling face. He's always there with a warm welcome for our taxpayers and people using our judicial center. Not only is he a very intelligent and hardworking law enforcement officer, but he's a warm, kind person who makes this county look very good for people that come from maybe out of county or out of state, and he may be the first face they see. And I, for one, am very grateful that that's the case, because we couldn't have a more intelligent, likable, professional representing Dickinson County. Earlier this month, an older guy, gentleman, had court. Still wasn't sure exactly what he was there for. He come through the metal detectors for Mr. Wallace's computer and CDR, had a medical emergency, collapsed, hit his head on the floor. Brent is also a EMT. Not only does he serve as a deputy and has for many years, but serves in that capacity as well. And Brent immediately began life-saving maneuvers on the older gentleman, and fortunately for the gentleman, stabilized him. In my opinion, saved his life. Brent is a lot more humble about it than I am, frankly. And Brent said, well, you know, Josh, I didn't really do anything, but just my job. And I don't think I deserve any recognition. And I said, well, Brent, I have to disagree with you. I humbly try to be as humble as he is, and there's no way I could be. But Anyway, he's my friend. Thankfully, I'm proud to call him a friend. He is someone I look up to for the way he carries himself. And this county's very blessed that he's the forefront of our courthouse. And our court staff and everyone and our judges are very appreciative of the job he does. And I want to thank him for what he done. We also have his boss here, Sheriff Fleming. Is there anything you'd like to say about Brent and his service to Dickinson County and your department?
It's a great asset to the county. Like you said, he's not the best person, Josh. He's top notch. We're lucky to have him. We appreciate his service to everybody.
Brent, I'd like to present you with this certificate of appreciation from our whole board. If you'd come up and allow us to present this to you. Maggie, you want to come up?
We get a picture?
Yeah. We appreciate everything you do for Dickinson County, Brent, and your friendship.
Still, he's a minister also.
He also is a pastor,
he's a
a minister.
George, is this your son?
Appreciate you.
Awesome, man.
Is
Great
this your
job.
son?
I got 5 for good measure.
You got he's also got a very beautiful family. His wife is here and his children, and they're just a beautiful family.
We should have got them to come.
Yes, sir.
Brett and his wife were members of Haitian Rescue Club for several years, and he did a great job on the time they were there. I don't know how many knows that, but a few of the Haitian people do. Not anybody else.
We should have got them.
He's
His family to come up with him.
he's one of a kind. Chip off the old block, maybe. Chip.
Reckon we should have had his family come up with him also.
Well, we'll do whatever you want.
Do you think his family ought to come up and
Brent,
take a picture?
can we
maybe?
get your children and wife and Chief up and your mom up here?
And his mommy-in-law, I
Chief, come on.
say.
Come and get a picture.
Come up here, Miss Handle, with, yep. Liz, let's get your mom to come have a picture made with Brent. We'll have it all made together. We should fix the best families.
This is my nephew, Easton. Yeah, this is my nephew, Easton. These are my 2 girls.
And the chairs in your way?
Tessa.
Hey, come on up here. Well, you can get.
Let me scoot over.
You're gonna come use my rose.
Hey, Adam. We like that.
Yeah, it's in her face. There we go. Thanks, Adam.
All right, is everybody ready? There we go. Okay.
Thank you all again.
Thank you all. Thank you, Brent. Thank you. Get them to see you one of them.
I can sit up over here. Thank you so much.
All right. I can go up, I can't come down. Really? Yeah, he's in a store. With my bifocals and everything.
That brings us on down to our other members of our community that are doing outstanding things. The next 2 gentlemen I want to recognize on behalf of our board are doing what I see almost daily, an incredible job of taking responsibility for their neighborhood and doing hard work of cleaning up litter and cleaning up other people's mess, for lack of a better term. And We all know about a 320 to 350 square mile county, how hard litter control is. These two gentlemen have taken it upon themselves to make an example and lead by example. And the section of the Lake Road for, I don't know, probably 2 to 3 miles in either direction of Mr. Childers's home is some of the most immaculate roadway in our whole county. There's not even so much as a cigarette butt that I've seen. And I know Tommy walks a lot, and he's taking it upon himself with Mr. Sluss's help to keep that area clean. And with the struggle we've all had and our board's had with litter, I felt it appropriate to make sure that we recognize them and know that their hard work doesn't go unnoticed or unappreciated. And we hope that other members of our county and community would follow suit. So I know, Mr. Sluss, you've got a little bit of a knee problem. I don't know if you want to come up, but I certainly want to ask Mr. Tommy Childress and Mr. Alex Sluss to come up and let us recognize them and thank them for the good job that they've done keeping our county clean.
I just wanted to heal and get better.
Tommy, I should have brought you a pie.
That's right.
Good at it.
He asked me in therapy, we was up there doing therapy together, and he says, "Are you making pies yet?"
Mr. Chair, I think that Mr. Slush just had surgery this morning and still made it out today.
Can you get up here?
Oh, yeah, I'll make it.
Yeah, what, knee replacement?
We really appreciate
Meniscus.
everything you all do and the example you've got. Appreciate you all.
I had knee surgery about 4 months ago. Knee replacement today?
Yeah, this morning. Let me. Right there. Oh, you're very welcome.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Oh, you're more than welcome. Ready?
Right, there you go.
Laura lives in our neighborhood too.
That's right.
He picks up garbage too, I think.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
We'll continue it, Josh. We'll do everything we can. Yeah, if I could just.
I noticed that they're going to meet
Larry, thank you
Saturday to
for
pick up
giving us
garbage,
the
litter, and Rosemead Catering.
What kind of surgery do you have?
knee.
Is it Friday or Saturday?
Meniscus.
Oh, it's
Friday.
Arthritis
so
out
it's the.
I have a picture, I have a picture of about 15 of us that picked up trash on County Ridge where you have to stop
Larry, it's always good to see you, brother.
Park.
Thanks. We y'all
We
take it
used
easy.
to
Have a
do
good
it
evening,
for
right?
10 out, but we can't pick it up now.
All right.
Picked it up for years.
That brings us down to what is now item 6. That is our presentation by Art. Ms. Cronkite, I will happily deliver the floor over to you whenever you're ready.
First, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we'd like to thank everyone for allowing us to invite Addiction Recovery Care to visit us today, to be able to present to you and to the community this treatment plan that those of us, I think on my team, we have grown to really grow fond of. But before we introduce Addiction Recovery Care, Freddie Bowens, the IDA attorney, would like to start the presentation just with a little bit of an overview. I know that most of you have already heard this information before, but we just want to make sure that we're providing that information to the community as well. So if it's okay if I invite Freddie up, and then we'll introduce.
The floor is yours, Ms.
All right, thank you.
Fix these lights where we can see.
Good evening.
Good evening, Fred.
We are definitely glad to be in front of the board this evening on this beautiful day in Dickinson County. We have been working on this project, as this board knows, most of the time behind the scenes for the last 2.5 years, and this is kind of the coming out party for this project. And we just want to give you a little bit of information about it, give a little bit of information to the public, and allow you all are members of the public to ask us questions. So if any time that we're going through this, if you have something you want to ask us, just jump right in. Questions don't scare us. So the first thing we want to talk about, let's see if I can get this clicker to work, is problem identification. You know, we're taught in critical thinking that the first thing you have to do is identify a problem. And it's fairly easy in our county to know one of the problems are health outcomes and health factors. Now, this is a study that was performed by Ballot Health in 2021. And if you look at the top graphic there, Dickinson County is ranked among the least healthy counties in Virginia compared against all others. And you can see that we're there in the green. Below that, Dickinson County is also ranked among the least healthy counties in Virginia as far as health factors. This would be things like diabetes, high blood pressure, and drug addiction. That's what we want to talk to you about tonight. Some of these statistics are very disturbing, but we need to acknowledge them. Drug overdose deaths at a rate per 200,000 residents, Dickinson County far exceeds the Ballot Health average and the Virginia average for drug overdose for that metric. Also, unfortunately, there's also the children with NAS. NAS is neonatal abstinence syndrome, that are children that are born addicted to opioids and to drugs. You can see that Dickinson County far exceeds Virginia as far as the children who were born with this affliction. Now, as we say in my world, problem identification is fairly easy. And now we have to come up with a way to combat this. And we are here tonight to give you what we believe to be is what we call the tip of the spear whenever it comes to attacking this problem that plagues our residents. And this is a development of a 96-bed rehabilitation facility for individuals struggling with substance abuse. That's alcohol, and that's also drugs. And what we are proposing, what we've been working diligently the last 2.5 years, would be a 96-bed inpatient facility, and that program can result in an individual staying up to a year. There would be intensive outpatient services also made available to the public as part of this facility. And it would be operated by a group that we're very lucky to have come into contact with called Addiction Recovery Care. Ms. Cronkite is going to introduce several of them later in the presentation. This organization is headquartered in Louisa, Kentucky, and offers a full continuum of care, including detox, transitional, intensive, outpatient, and medically assisted and vocational rehabilitation. This facility would be located in the Red Onion section of Dickinson County, and at its peak would employ up to 50, potentially 50 of our residents, with a range of salaries up to $51,000 with benefits. And like I said, the location of this facility would be in the Red Onion area. Now this graphic is a little harder to see, but what we've done is we've entered into an agreement with a developer called Southwest Properties, which is led by a gentleman named Greg May, who's here with me this evening. And what you have is this would be located above the old chip mill property out on the road that goes to the Red Onion State Prison. The two aqua-colored buildings, one of those buildings is a treatment building where classes and such would take place. The second building is where a cafeteria would be housed and recreational areas. And the other buildings that you see around that, and these buildings are all modular, those would be the dorm buildings where the clients would actually stay. And there would be 16 to a building. This is the first building that shows what the treatment would look like. There's also shown on there what the pharmacy where any medicines that had to be dispensed would be shown. This is the cafeteria building and also the rec room. And this is what one of the dorm buildings would look like. Now, one of the dorm buildings will also be ADA accessible. And what the public needs to understand is that this facility is not just for for the very rich or for those with lots of resources. This facility will be open to everyone, and all of the financial pro formas that have been developed are based on Medicaid reimbursement. So this is for the people that need it the most, the people who are without resources, the people who need a helping hand, and this is what this facility would provide. And at this time, I'd like for Dana to introduce our friends from ARC.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Before we do that, do you all have any questions, or does the public have any questions after this part of the presentation? To go into the finances a little bit, this is being funded by a $4 million forgivable loan from the Virginia Coalfield Economic Development Authority and a $2 million loan from the Virginia Small Business Financing Authority. The balance of the project cost is being made up between the PSA and the town of Clintwood for some utilities. We'll see if anybody has any questions.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This, it's estimated that it'll be a little over 7 million.
Yes, sir.
7 million plus. A question to the Board of Supervisors, because it says that it will be made up, you know, the remainder by the Board of Supervisors and the town of Clintwood and other towns. So, as the Board of Supervisors, how do you all, what is your plan, and where is it, how do you plan on funding this?
And I can answer that, Mr. Chair.
Where's this money gonna come from?
This money is part of the coal severance money that's already allocated to the Public Service Authority. There would be no additional burden on the county. That money's already in hand, and it's been supplied as a result of severance taxes.
That's to, Freddie, I think, that's to provide the water and the sewer.
That's correct. That's
and
that
the
component.
gas. I think we're putting gas in also, right?
We're not using PSA money for the gas. That's coming
Right,
out of
that's
the
coming out of
out of
another
the
one.
loan.
But
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what he's talking about, is that money's already set aside for PSA
That's
to
correct.
do the sewer and the water between us and the town.
And we're
Mr. Martin,
using
you
this
wanna
as a
elaborate on
direct
the
purpose
financial?
for the money.
Mr. Martin could elaborate on the
I
financial.
can jump in with where Mr. Mullins left off. Of course, we have the money from Vanessa that he mentioned, the $4 million that he talked about. That's a forgivable loan that we're getting on that. The other money from VSBFA, that's in partnership with, the IDA had to be the borrower. That's in partnership with Southwest Properties for repayment of that loan. The other funds, like we have coal road funds, which is part of coal severance. A portion of those are used to bring the entrance in, because that's going to be a state highway. We're getting that built, VDOT standards coming in as we develop that park. And then also part of the coal severance funds that come in and go directly to PSA. Last year, we received more monies than budgeted, and we're coming in a little higher this year as well. So with some of those excess funds, we've worked with PSA and also the town of Clintwood to help them to bring in the sewer, to provide the main sewer line over there. The sewer comes to the park across the road, the Red Onion Park across the road. But to bring that force main over and the utilities over for the sewer, then we're using some of those additional coal severance monies that had already been appropriated and sent to the PSA for that. So there's no burden on the taxpayers or nothing that the taxpayers are going to have to come pay back, or nothing that's coming out of the general operating fund of the county or anything like that. It's all specific to this project. So.
And as Mr. Barton said, the $2 million to the VSBFA will be paid back through loan payments from the developer to the IDA, and then the IDA will make that loan repayment.
Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure? Do you have any other? Okay.
Any other questions?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
You talk about jobs,
Yes, ma'am.
rehabilitating them for jobs.
Yes, ma'am.
The county don't have no jobs here anyway.
Well, what I would ask you to do is wait till my brethren at ARC give further details on what they plan to do with that. They'll answer that question.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Freddie. All right, so what I would like to do is introduce our friends who are here today from Addiction Recovery Care. We have 4 individuals who came from Kentucky. They've spent the entire day with us today, meeting with other local leaders in the community. We've met with Valid Health. We've met with EMS and Emergency Services. We have met with Sheriff Fleming. We have also met with a couple of folks from Rural Development who are here this evening. So we'd like to thank you all for being here today. But I'm going to go ahead and introduce those folks, and then if you would, the 4 of you would come up. You can sit there, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So first, I'd like to introduce Miss Vanessa Keeton. Vanessa was ARC's first ever client. Since she has worked in various roles with addiction recovery care, she is a graduate of Eastern Kentucky University's Bachelor's in Psychology program and uses the knowledge gained through her education to help walk others through the difficulties in life. She is married to her husband, James, who is also in recovery, and together they have a son, Jacob. Vanessa has a zest for life and can be seen easily by others around her. She believes that everyone struggling with addiction with the proper support can truly live the abundant life that they were intended to live. Mr. John Wilson. Prior to entering the recovery field, John served 4 terms as judge executive in Garrard County, Kentucky. I should have asked beforehand, sorry. Where he saw firsthand the devastating toll America's drug problem has taken on our families and communities. And just for clarification, a judge executive in Kentucky is the county administrator for Virginia. John is also a licensed attorney who served on the Kentucky Criminal Justice Council, tasked with making recommendations on Kentucky's penal code to the General Assembly, and was appointed to the Access to Justice Commission by Kentucky Supreme Court Chief Justice Minton. He has also served in various leadership roles on dozens of boards and commissions and previously served as a legislative aide in the Kentucky General Assembly. Mr. Jonathan Gay. Jonathan is currently in his 20th year practicing law with a diverse workload that includes business law and an active criminal defense practice. He believes addiction is the greatest public health challenge in America and is proud to be a part of a company that offers solutions, hope, second chances, and an opportunity to discover one's destiny. Jonathan is a father of 5, ranging in age from college to preschool. Previously serving as a foster parent, he and his wife Julie have adopted 3 children. He is a veteran of the United States Army and the Kentucky National Guard, and he graduated from Eastern Kentucky University and the University of Kentucky College of Law. Next, we have my friend Kyle Collier, who does not like to be introduced, but I'm doing it anyway. Kyle is the Director of Communications for Addiction Recovery Care. Prior to joining the ARC team, Kyle worked for WYMT as a TV producer and has been regionally recognized for his work. Over the course of the past few months, I have to say that Mr. Collier has been an integral part and liaison between Addiction Recovery Care, Southwest Properties, and myself. We have almost daily conversations, so I just want to thank you for your support for us on this project. And then, as Freddie said, our developer with Southwest Properties, Mr. May, is here, so I'd like to welcome him as well. So for the start of the presentation, if we could have Ms. Vanessa come up and begin, and then go through it. Sounds good.
I'd like to thank you guys for allowing us to come and be with you all tonight. And you guys will see ARC oftentimes on our slides. It's Addiction Recovery Care. We also refer to ourselves as ARC. But I am the Vice President of Marketing for Addiction Recovery Care.
Is there a clicker?
I don't have. Oh, I was waiting on him to click. I'm sorry, guys. So this is our founder and CEO, Tim Robinson. Tim was a is a former prosecuting attorney, and he was also a functioning alcoholic. On December 11th, 2006, that is his sobriety date. That's the day that he gave up all alcohol and has been sober ever since. After being in the prosecutor's office and seeing all of the people in the community who were struggling with alcoholism and addiction, he realized that in 2008 he was being called to do something more. So at that point, he actually gave up his title as the prosecutor in Lawrence County, Kentucky, and gave his law practice over to his partner. And he began a journey to start a grassroots ministry in Eastern Kentucky to help those who are struggling with substance use disorder. In December of 2010, he opened Karen's Place, which is a treatment facility in Louisa for women. And he has, since then, you're going to see next where ARC has gone since then. So here's a little timeline of how things have progressed for us. So in 2006, I went over those details already. So in 2008, that is when he started the organization. In 2010, we opened Karen's Place in Louisa, Kentucky. And then in 2015, that was when Kentucky developed the residential, the Medicaid reimbursement for residential level of care, which that really changed the scope of things for the people in Kentucky. You know, we're from a very rural area. I know you guys can definitely relate to that. And that allowed access to treatment for so many more people in the state of Kentucky. ARC was prepared and ready for that day, and we were actually the first organization to admit a client at a residential level of care. In 2016, we went on to create a vocational track to go along with our recovery model, and that's now called our peer support program. So that has allowed people who are in addiction to be able to go on and give back to other people and actually become certified in the state of Kentucky in order to be able to help other people who are currently struggling with the same things that they once were. And then currently we have over 30 different programs across 21 different counties. And in 2020, we actually opened the largest center in the nation. It's in Springfield, Kentucky. It's Crown Recovery Center, and it can hold up to 750 clients. And this is going to share a little bit about my story. So do I hit play on this? Just the same button? Okay, thank you.
Welcome back. The resurgence of heroin has grown to just epidemic levels in Kentucky.
And we're joined today by Vanessa Keeton with Addiction Recovery Care. Vanessa hit a dark side from her family.
You see, as a child and a young teen, there is no one in my life who would have ever imagined I would become a drug addict.
Vanessa began shooting up pills, lost her job, stole to support her habit, and did some time in jail.
Vanessa Keeton was the first client to ever walk through the doors at Addiction Recovery Care.
Vanessa Keeton, Vice President of Marketing, grew up in Martin County and spoke about her drug addiction the first time she took drugs.
New data from the CDC shows more than 2,300 Kentuckians died due to drug overdoses in 2021.
And Vanessa, we do appreciate you speaking with us on the occasion of these troubling numbers.
And Vanessa, you have your own story to tell.
God uses that, my story, every day as hope for people who walk through the doors in any of the facilities around
You owe me money.
This is
You owe me money. That's my property.
This is mine.
I feel like there's a lot more to know about me than, you know, just being ARC's first client. That's awesome. Can you start moving me? I ended up just by chance being the one who decided to truly recover out loud. I decided early on that, you know, I was going to make it a mission, part of the mission in my life, that if I could do it, I wanted everyone else to know that they could do it too. And so, yeah, people, that's what I've been known for years and years. I started using drugs and alcohol, honestly, to fit in. And this whole thing of, I was completely obsessed with the thought of wanting to be cool. And I thought that those people, I mean, you know, they were cool in my eyes at that time, which is so weird. But that's kind of what started me into dabbling in and trying drugs and alcohol. And I, you know, had no idea that I was going to be one of those people who couldn't stop. And then it ended up robbing 13 years of my life.
We would see her at Easter and Christmas, and that was about it. I never thought she would hurt anybody. That was never part of it. But the fear of waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and something told you to wake up and pray. Because you hadn't heard from her in 2 days.
In the beginning of my addiction, you know, my mom, she did not want to admit to herself or anyone else that I could possibly have had a problem. But then as the dynamic started to change and my addiction started to get worse, I mean, she saw me begin to dwindle away. And she saw the girl that was once vibrant and young and full of life, just that fire inside of me started going away. She got to the point finally at the very, very end where I wasn't allowed to come to her house anymore. And I cannot imagine as a mother telling my child that they can't come to my house anymore. But that was the best thing that she could have ever done.
I was the mother who said, you don't quit because you don't want to quit. And I understand now that was the wrong one.
They knew Vanessa. I'm a natural strategizer, so I could figure out like 4 different escape routes to anywhere I was going. Like, you know, they knew what I was doing then. They had kept up with me enough to know that there were times where I was bringing drugs back to Martin County when I was living out of town. And yeah, it's definitely had a target on my back.
My name is Marvin David Priest. I was with Martin County Sheriff for 12 years. All the deputies knew Vanessa. They knew that she was hung around with people that took drugs and sold drugs. And if I could find a reason to get her off the street, I did that.
When I was in the courtroom for the charges that I had received in fall of 2010, Keenis Maynard was the county attorney at the time, and he had watched me grow up my whole entire life. His son went to school with my sister, and he looked at me that day in front of the judge and said, I will not have your death on my conscience. You are going to do a year in jail, or you are going to go to treatment. And, you know, my mom stepped in, and if it wasn't for her, I would have still never made it through the doors of Karen's place.
She was gone from my house 6 days before she called back and said, they go to bed for me. And I will go to treatment if you will help me. And I said, I'll help you if you need it. But if you don't, I'm out.
I would have never imagined that I would be where I'm at in life. My whole idea of people like me, what happened to them was they were going to be found dead with a needle in their arm one day. Like that was really the only hope that I had for my life at all. I mean, I tell people all the time I couldn't have dreamed of the life that I have today when I was a kid. Like when you're in 2nd or 3rd grade dreaming of what kind of life you want to have, the life that I could have dreamed of then wasn't nearly as good as the life I have today.
When I see her, I see hope. When I see her, I can see what God can do in people's lives.
God allowed her to live through all that mess to bring her to where she is now so she can help other people.
Whom I'm most thankful for. When it comes to my recovery journey, I'm the most thankful for my mom. If it wasn't for my mom, there's no way that I would have made it through the doors there. You know, I tell people all the time, I'm like, I'm so sorry you don't have a Conchita. I'm so sorry that you don't, you know, and I tell other people, I'm like, be a Conchita for someone. You know, be that person that goes the extra mile to see that they actually make it there. You know, help them navigate the hard things when it comes to hopping through all the hoops that it takes to hop through, to make the phone calls and make the connections and all these things. Like, help someone do that, because if it wasn't for her, I would have never made it.
So that's, thank you. Oh, thank you guys. So you guys can see why ARC is so near and dear to my heart. You know, it definitely worked for me, and things have changed over the years, but the crisis to career model was still in place all those years ago. So it's one of those things that, you know, we're excited to be able to bring that across state lines and be able to serve Virginia in the same capacity, and can't wait to see who the Vanessa's going to be in Virginia. But I'm going to pass this over to John Wilson, and he's going to share a little bit more about our organization.
Thank you, Vanessa. My name's John Wilson. I'm market president for ARC, and I'll tell you, I will never follow that video again.
Good video.
Mr. Chairman, for 16 years I served as Garrett County Judge Executive, so I presided over our fiscal court, which is the analogous position to your Board of Supervisors. In my county, similar in size to yours. We even have a lake in our county, just like you all do. And we have a Mexican restaurant and pizza place, just like you all do. But we also have a problem with drug addiction, just like you all do. And I recognized early on in my career the effect that drugs were having on my community and what that was doing to our general fund and doing to our jail budget. And so that's how I got involved. And I will tell you, I've traveled all around the state of Kentucky opening new centers, and I don't think I've ever found a more welcoming community than here in Dickinson County. And I want to really congratulate you all before I start my presentation. From last night, checking into the hotel, to the lady at the grocery store, to the people at Pizza Hut, and your employees here are some of the finest that I've come across in any of my years in county government and in my position as ARC. You really are to be commended for the leadership that you all have taken on the Board of Supervisors. Quite frankly, it's extremely impressive, and I am just in awe of the professionalism that I've seen out of your county employees today. So you all are to be commended for that. And I'm not even asking for anything, so that's heartfelt. So I want to talk a little bit about ARC. All our ARC facilities are duly recognized. We're accredited by CARF. It's the Commission on Accreditation for Rehabilitation Facilities for Drug and Alcohol Treatment Centers, and also ASAMS, and we talked about that a lot today. That's the American Society of Addiction Medicine. And why these are important is, in the recovery world today, there's a lot of people who are not providing the same type of service that we provide at our center, and I like to say that there's some bad actors. Some of them are probably properly motivated. They might have had someone in their family close to them affected by drugs or alcohol, and maybe had a death, and they want to help. Maybe they're religiously motivated, and that's on the good side. And then on the bad side, you have people who are really in it for profiteering off people at their weakest moment, and so they're not really providing the same level of services. And I want to make it clear that ARC is a healthcare facility. We are duly accredited. And anyone that you're dealing with when you're trying to send a loved one to treatment, look for these certifications, because that tells that they are providing legitimate services. They come down to our centers and they do audits and evaluations, and it's a strenuous process to get these. But this is how you can be sure that there is appropriate treatment, evidence-based outcome treatment that's taking place, and that's what we are going to bring to Dickinson County. So the 6 CARF accredited areas are residential. That's I'm going to give a little bit of a history, or a little bit of education for everybody who might not be familiar. Residential that's kind of the first phase of treatment. It's our highest level of care that we plan to offer initially here in Dickinson County. That's someone who's right off the street. They're maybe just used drugs, within even hours or even right before they walk into our facility. That's our RTC level of care. Then as they step down, it's what we call PHP. It's the partial hospitalization program. It's a lower level of care based on the acuity of their addiction. Next is the IOP, intensive outpatient, and then outpatient. And then we also do the detoxification withdrawal management and our targeted case management. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the next slide here, future slide. So this kind of shows our footprint across Kentucky. We were started in eastern Kentucky, kind of up near the top there, and we've spread through eastern Kentucky. We've headed west. You can see our footprint there. And then this year we plan to open, of course, you see Dickinson County highlighted in the upper right-hand side there, along with we plan to open a center in Ohio with an outpatient center in Columbus. We just closed on a property in Louisville, Kentucky, then one in Owensboro. And then, of course, there's a hospital that we've acquired right outside of Ashland, Kentucky. So this is our footprint where we're currently providing services today. So our model, we believe that and the science shows that the best way to have success in long-term recovery is contingent on two things. Number one, it's the length of time in treatment, and number two, it's the vocational opportunities after treatment. And so we kind of merge those two together, and we have an extremely long-term inpatient program here. So you start out in phase one, that's that RTC level of care. It's generally about 30 days, so that's somebody right off the street. They're going to come in, they're in active addiction. We call it our detox phase. It's a little different than the highest level of detox, but someone can come in active addiction. We have a heavy medical and clinical component here. We're trying to get the client stabilized. We want to address any medical issues that they may have, and we want to address the underlying behavioral issues that oftentimes leads to addiction. So a lot of these folks who are in addiction, there's a lot of times there's underlying trauma, there's abuse, there's impulsivity issues. We want to have the clinicians work with them to address those underlying issues to help them have long-term success in their recovery. Our second phase, I call this the recovery skills phase. We give these men and women the tools necessary to stay sober when they leave treatment. It's generally about 45 to 60 days. Here in the phase two, we introduce the peer support component, and then we also introduce targeted case management. The case managers are to help our clients have a successful life afterwards, and that includes everything from dealing with family court issues. There might be outstanding criminal court issues, family counseling. A lot of these guys and girls coming in, they don't have any ID cards, they don't have Social Security cards, they don't have housing. So we're trying to work with them on a life plan for when they leave treatment and what that looks like so that they can have success. Phase three, I call the life skills phase, and that completes out 6 months. And what this is that a lot of times folks enter into addiction maybe as a teenager in their younger years, and really the brain just kind of stops development at that point. And what happens is that we find that they just miss out on those kind of soft skills, those life skills a lot of us take for granted. And so it's very hard to assimilate back into being a tax-paying citizen when you just lack those kind of what we consider common sense. So this third phase, and we start talking about what the career possibilities are for the folks there. So that completes the first phase of our 6 months in treatment. And then the second phase is our vocational component. And the vocational component is on-the-job training, essentially. And what that does, we have a myriad of opportunities for clients, so they can do everything, and Vanessa talked a little bit about that earlier, but we have everything from a accredited college where they can take peer support classes. We have an ASE certified mechanic program where they can come in, and then when they leave, they're certified as an ASE mechanic. We have a welding partnership with the trade union there in Eastern Kentucky where they do 6 months with us and they get a year towards their journeyman certification. We have a culinary arts program. We have a general maintenance. So whatever those clients want to do, they will have a job when they leave, and they will be prepared for that, and they actually apply for that. And I'm going to talk about another one of our partnerships here a little bit later, but we call ours Crisis to Career. And truly, like Vanessa said, folks come in crisis, total chaos, and they leave with a career, which is important. And we'll talk about your question here in a little bit here too. So in 2020, we opened Crown Recovery Center at the St. Catherine's College campus in Washington County, Kentucky, just kind of outside of central Kentucky, about an hour from Lexington. This is what we believe it to be the nation's largest drug and alcohol treatment center. And we acquired the St. Catherine's College campus, 52 acres. We have a 750-bed facility there. As we've kind of grown this, we have 550 men receiving treatment today, and then we have another about 150 interns and staff who are living there and providing, with the workforce opportunities. So it's a functioning college, essentially. The men are living in the dorms, and all levels of care are met here, and then they walk to classes in their groups and receive their medical treatment and graduate out. So we're very proud of what's taking place at Crown. So this is kind of one of our partnerships that we have, and I wanted to talk about this. This is interesting. We've been working with private employers to meet their needs, and what we found is in Washington County, which is a rural county, it's actually smaller than Dickinson County. There's just 11,000 people that live there, but their largest employer is TOYOTOMI. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of Toyota. They have capacity for 500 jobs at this plant, and they're down 65, and they can't find workers. So they're actually flying in welders from Japan and housing them on short-term visas. And they recognize that we have graduating, so many people out of Crown every day, every month, essentially, who can pass a drug test and who are eager to get back into the workforce. And so we've got a program with TOYOTOMI where guys, this is part of their phase 4 of their internship. So we're still providing the drug testing services. We're still providing peer support. We're providing the recovery services. We're providing level supervision. We're doing the transportation, but we're bringing them into the factory every day. And these guys are working. They keep their own paycheck. We're doing financial literacy with them. We're doing, all the services that you can provide, and we're meeting the need. So truly, it's an economic development engine, and we'll talk a little bit about that to answer your question, ma'am. But this is I'm going to show you a short video here that we've produced with TOYOTOMI.
At Addiction Recovery Care, we believe from the moment we receive a call asking for help to the client's first steps through our doors to begin their treatment, the opportunities are endless. And the truth is, not all treatment is created equal. Here at Addiction Recovery Care, we believe in not only helping the client recover from their substance use disorder, but also recovering their life with practical skills that will give them an advantage when they go back into the world. Simply put, we believe every client should have the opportunity to go from crisis to career. It's what makes us different. As we've grown in order to help more individuals, so have our workforce partnerships. Addiction Recovery Care is proud to partner with TOYOTOMI America, located in Springfield, Kentucky. There, right now, you can find former and current Addiction Recovery Care clients who have been given opportunities to build back their lives.
Some of the guys are starting out full-level, production-level team members. But you can already see that they have the drive and the willingness to work on.
We are truly seeing that people are rebuilding their lives, and they're starting with that opportunity of work. And that is making a little money, making them, return back to society and breaking out of that generational poverty that most of them have wound up experiencing through their addiction crisis.
Second chance employers like TOYOTOMI are making a difference in Kentucky and setting an example for other businesses that want to be part of the solution. As we at ARC continue helping others find their potential is also being found on the manufacturing line.
I never heard of crisis to career, never been to treatment before, but the crisis to career part was it stuck out to me. And it definitely presented opportunities that I cannot imagine a treatment center would offer.
Everybody deserves a second chance. Some people get third, fourth chances. But it means a lot to me to, not fail this time.
I've been counted out. I've been addiction probably 12, 13 years, and it was just a repeating cycle of catastrophe in my life. And I think some of my family had lost hope, and they're starting to regain some of it back.
ARC's Crisis to Career approach to long-term recovery has been a collaborative effort. Thanks to the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce Foundation and their Fair Chance Academy, TOYOTOMI and other companies are receiving training, knowledge, and resources to help them welcome people in recovery back into the workforce.
CEOs and HR managers are given a glimpse of some of the struggles of returning citizens into their community and the workforce. By the end of the Fair Chance Academy, employers will better understand substance use disorder and best practices to help solve issues within their organization that may cause a disconnect between managers and their employees.
We're not practicing what we preach if we're not doing our corporate social responsibility, meaning having a positive environment or sending a positive way to our people. We have several team members that have been wonderful. I mean, you couldn't imagine how good of workers these gentlemen are.
Partnerships like these are what makes us different at Addiction Recovery Care, and they are why we have a track record of success in treating substance use, helping people re-enter the workforce, and building back Kentuckians' lives so they can discover their true destiny. For more information about our Crisis to Career model, visit www.arccenters.com.
So one of our other centers I want to talk about was Karen's Place. This is actually my favorite place that we've got. It's up in right in Ashland, Kentucky, and Freddie talked a little bit about the effect that drugs have on a baby when it's in utero. So we opened Karen's Place Maternity Center, and we've had over 250 babies who have been born there in the last 4 years. And what's great about this place is 76% of the babies who are born. So, but what happens is a mother comes in active addiction, she's pregnant, and she will come in there, begin receiving services. She'll begin receiving treatment. We're actually right at share a parking lot with King's Daughters Hospital. We'll take her to her OBGYN appointments. When she gets ready to deliver, we'll take her across the street. She'll deliver. 76% of those babies come back within 5 days, which is great because the average is over 20 days in the NICU unit to someone who's in active addiction. And what really gets me about this place is I know the effects of a brain soaked in opioids on that baby, and I know that we're making a real difference, generational difference in Eastern Kentucky with the moms who are coming into our center, including the director of the center who came from jail several years ago and came through treatment. She got better. She started as third shift res staff, which is pretty much the job nobody wants. It's the entry level job, and she's worked her way up to be the director. She's probably got 25 or 30 employees there, and she's a member of the Chamber of Commerce now in Kiwanis, and that's what we're trying to do at ARC. This next slide kind of shows some data there. It's a 4.8 days is our average right now. So we're proud of this slide. We feel like we're making a difference in Kentucky, and this is the exact same thing that we are wanting to bring to your area, Virginia. So since we opened our doors in 2010, the very first client with Vanessa Keeton walked through the doors, we've had almost 55,000 people have been served in that time. And just last year, we had 7,600 people walk through our residential doors at one of our centers and receive some level of care, and about 2,500 received outpatient care in 2022. So we know we're making a difference in Kentucky, and we're looking forward to doing the same thing here in Virginia. I'm going to turn it over to John Gain. We will do our questions at the end, okay? But I do have an answer for you. Thank you.
Good evening, and we appreciate again the opportunity to be here. I just want to echo what John said earlier. Your staff have just been terrific. I'm blown away by Larry and Dana and Freddie, and we just are really grateful for the warm welcome that you've given us. So thank you very much. Dana mentioned that I spent a lot of years as a defense attorney. I actually turned the corner and need to update my biography. I'm now a prosecutor in Kentucky, so I'm an assistant Commonwealth attorney, which is a part-time job for me. There are full-time assistant Commonwealth attorneys, but I'm a part-time prosecutor. And so I come at the drug problem from, though, a career of either representing people charged with felony drug crimes or prosecuting them now. I'm enjoying the prosecution side more because you have more leverage and more control over your docket than you do as a defense attorney. But I will tell you that the one thing that people need to recover from addiction is a job, is an opportunity to change those, as they say in the addiction world, playgrounds, playmates, and playthings. They can't build a new life without a career. So that's where we specialize. We're nationally recognized with our model, Crisis to Career. The BEAS program, Building Evidence on Employment Strategies, which is a federal subsidiary, has recognized what ARC has done in the past and is studying our work. We're very proud of that. There's a picture from this past year, Congressman Hal Rogers, who's one of the members of the House Appropriation Committee and one of the subcommittee chairmen, one of the Appropriation Subcommittee chairmen, very well respected congressman. I think he's now the dean of the congressional delegation. Has been in Congress since 1980. He has recognized the scale of the drug problem in Kentucky and has created a series of programs, part of the reason why ARC came into existence, quite frankly. And he recognized our founder and CEO, Tim Robinson, at the National Prescription Drug Summit in Atlanta. So we're very proud of the national portfolio that we have. To bring this down to you, we have over 900 jobs. It's 900 full-time employees that are currently in existence at ARC. We have a couple hundred more probably interns and people who are part-time employees. So we're very proud of our job growth. Anytime we go into a new community and open a new center, we hire more people, and we ultimately both increase the community's capacity, economic development, and we also create opportunities for those in addiction for those in recovery. 50% of our graduates are in recovery. I'm sorry, 50% of our employees are in recovery. So we've got over half of our employees at Addiction Recovery Care have been there, done that. They've got the battle scars to show, just like Vanessa. And we're very, very proud of that. 33% of our employees are graduates of Addiction Recovery Care. And when I say graduates, they're not simply working the entry line level positions. They're vice presidents. The number 2 person in the company is a recovered physical therapist who went to treatment at Belgrove Springs in Fleming County when he was on the verge of completely crashing his life, rebuilt his life, and is now I think he's senior vice president. I should know the title better. But
Administrative officer.
Yeah, it's chief administrative officer. That's right. We're very proud of the roles that these folks attain. They're not simply doing entry level work. So moving on, we have the Millard College. We've started the college. We've recognized that we need to be proactive and we can't just depend on the traditional channels for many of our people that are in recovery, many of our people that are going through the programs. We started work-ready certificates in general studies, carpentry, welding, and peer support specialists. And peer support specialists is sort of the entry line level for the entry-level positions for many of our employees. They work their way up from peer support to center director and so on and so on. So we're very proud of that. We also had job training for auto mechanics, maintenance, chaplaincy, culinary arts, and more. We have multiple enterprises. We found that we can't simply put folks to work only in healthcare. Healthcare is our bread and butter, but we've also found opportunities for others. So we started Masterpiece Kitchen, Three Sisters Catering, Masterpiece Cafe, Paint and Cal Art Gallery, the Garden Theater, Mountain Movers Theater Company, Pioneer Rural Health, Millard School, which is a small Christian school in Louisa, Kentucky, and we have therapists and people on staff to help students with special needs, so we're very proud of that. John Wilson started the fitness center at Crown, Second Chance Lawn and Care, and Second Chance Auto. So those are our enterprises, and we are very proud of the work that they do. Quick overview of some of our stats. Over 5,000 clients transported to treatment. Last year, over 6,000 admits. So of those 6,200 admits, 5,200 we transported. So that gives you a sense of where these folks are coming from when they have to have transportation to get to treatment. So we're very proud of that. We've driven almost 100,000, almost a million miles last year. Over 1,100 oil changes. So on. You know, you start looking at our eggs consumed, you start looking at the gallons of milk consumed. We are going to make a difference in your local economy. I'm sure that your economy, like our economy in Eastern Kentucky, has suffered, and we will make a difference in terms of the economic activity. For more information, you can follow this barcode. You can go to our website, arccenters.com/Virginia. And I'm going to turn it back over to Vanessa, and she's got a very special guest who came along and is going to address you as well. So,
I want to introduce to you guys Mia Stanley. She is from right here in Clintwood, and she is going to tell you guys a little bit about her story, so you guys can have someone from right here in your town that you can hear a little bit about tonight.
Thank you, Vanessa. Hello, my name's Mia Stanley. Some of you know me. Some of you see me in my very worst, I will say that. But I'm a recovering addict. I have been in recovery for 5 years. I work for Art now. My story's a lot like Vanessa's, a whole lot like Vanessa's. I started in 2000. I got addicted to Oxycontin. I had no idea that it would destroy my life and everything in it. My family's life, you know, it took their life too. But, and like Vanessa, I didn't learn my first time in trouble. You know, I was in and out of jail so many times, but I didn't have ARC, you know, to go through either. But I was in and out of jail. The first time I went to jail was over here in the county jail. There was 5 women in there, 5 of us. 3 of those women are dead now from drugs, I know, but 5 ladies in there. Now, 2018, the last time I went to jail, Will was my attorney.
So proud to see you.
There was probably, I don't know, 200. How many, Will?
Oh, there was.
Yeah, in Wise County. Of course, I've been in Hayside too, in Dixon County Jail. But, you know, that's a big difference. So obviously something's not working that we're doing here. It's just not working. I graduated drug court in 2019, and I didn't look back. I had that time behind me, and I said, I'm moving forward. But I was starting to get stale. You know, there was nothing for me to do here. And I found ARC. And thank goodness I found ARC, because they gave me a job. Me, a 3-time felon, they gave me a job. They took a chance on me. And I'm so grateful for that. So that's something also that ARC can do for this area. They can come in, and people that do drug court, they do complete drug court, it's going to give them a purpose. They can go up there and work, you know, because drug court cannot accommodate everybody. There's only so many that can gets accepted, and you have to be in trouble to go to drug court. How wonderful that you don't have to be in trouble before you can get treatment. And so I'm excited. I'm excited. I have waited on this for 20 years, you all. So let's embrace it. This is wonderful. We are so blessed to have them here. I see these ladies come in and they are broken, just like I was. They were broken. They have lost everything. Their families, their everything. But I see them, you know, there's a day comes that I see them and they light up, their face lights up, they clean up, they take a shower, and I know something's clicking inside of them. So I just want y'all to know that it's time for a change in our little town. It's time for a change. Let's get our people back. Hope is what ARC, you know, they say hope. And if you don't have hope, you give up, basically. And that's what's happened to our area. These people don't have hope. They've lost their kids. You put them in jail, they lose their children. They lose their home. They lose their relationships with their family. They lose their husbands. What more do they have? You know, they give up. So they keep on using, and it gets worse and worse and worse. So let's embrace this chance we have and get our people back. Thank you.
Proud of you, honey.
Me, I'm not going to ever follow you again either. That was awesome. That's our presentation, Mr. Chairman and Board. We're ready to answer any questions. I do want to address your question, ma'am. One thing that we have seen, we operate centers in a lot of rural communities. That's primarily where we are. And one of the issues, and I'll take my ARC hat off and put my judge executive hat on in a minute, and or the county administrator hat. One of the things when we would try to recruit people to our community, new employers, we had a problem, and again, my community looks just like yours. Our problem is we didn't have workers to fill the jobs, and so these employers are going elsewhere. And so part of the idea here is that we will be producing people who are in that working age, you're in that demographic, who need jobs, and we're going to look at the housing component, and that will be part of the pitch that your community makes to future employers, that we have jobs. The other thing is, if you heard earlier, and they didn't talk about this, but I'll say it, it's probably get in trouble for it, but they're going to use that money running these utilities up on that road there, Red Onion Road. That makes it more cost possibly for new businesses to come up there, because now there'll be utilities up there. So this is going to affect your community in other ways, just more than just addressing a drug problem. And then, like John said, we're going to have 96 people at your facility here that are receiving treatment, and I'll tell you, the employees that we're going to have there, the families that are coming to visit, you will never again go to a restaurant in Dickinson County that you don't see an ARC employee eating there. And I'm telling you, there's going to be a big difference in your community for the positive. You're going to see, we're going to be spending money in your grocery store. We're going to be hiring people in your community. They're going to be traveling here for work. So there will be a positive impact. And I'll tell you, from your side, Mr. Chairman, We learned today about the pressures on your sheriff's office and with your drug court. You've got people who are maybe don't complete drug court and then they're going to jail, and I have no idea what your per diem here is, but this is an opportunity where people may be struggling with drug court and they can do a direct admit into our treatment program, so that's going to save your jail budget. And then we've also got a problem, Sheriff Fleming told us today about the number of man hours that they're spending taking people on these ECO orders and TDO orders and driving people. You've got sheriff's deputies who are leaving your county for 8 hours one way to take people to Virginia Beach. But these are people that we may be able to help at our center. That's going every time you have a sheriff that's not leaving your county to do that, that's making Dickinson County safer, and it's saving your taxpayer dollars. So we feel like that there's secondary and third and fourth effects that are positive. It's not just the drug addiction that we're addressing, but there's going to be a difference in your community. You'll feel it, and I hope you'll appreciate us in a number of years. And we think it's going to be the start of a great partnership. What other questions do you have? I love to talk, so just throw them at me. Freddie told me he gave me a limit tonight, so.
I appreciate your testimony, Ms. Stanton, and also Vanessa. I commend you. And I'm not just your average Joe that don't know what's going on, because I've been there personally, and I've also worked in the system. And my question was, and you guys, I thank you, you're all over it, is there any plan to work in conjunction with the regional jails in this area? As the inmates begin to draw down to their final, say, 6 months that they're serving on their sentence. Because I worked as a counselor and I worked as an officer, and last as a counselor, and there's definitely such a need in this area, because there's none of us in here can deny that. I mean, really, we can't.
So yes, and I'll tell you, and I again, I just want to really brag on Dana and Larry and Freddie and everybody. They have put together, they have thought through so many of these things, and I've just been blown away by, again, the professionalism that I've seen. Usually when we come into a community, we're having to make cold calls with these people, but we were meeting not only with like your EMS director this morning, your director of emergency management, your sheriff was in there this morning. We've met with all kinds of people from this community today. The jail is something that we feel like we can make a difference. We've made a big difference in other communities. Let me get on my soapbox a little bit, and I know they're taking a deep breath. There's 3 reasons we lock people up in this country, right? Number 1, they're a threat to society, like Charles Manson, right? It doesn't matter what his addiction problem is, he needs to be locked up to keep us all safe, right? Then you got your second group that have created a victim. If they've done a home invasion or bank robbery, you also don't care about their addiction either. They need to be punished for what they've done, right? And then we've got the third group who we put in jail for correction or reform, right? And that's not happening in the jails today. If it were, we'd still just see 5 people in the jail, and those other 3 women that you were there with may be still with us. Those are the ones that we're interested in ARC. So we want to get involved on the front side, and we want to divert people away from the jail at the front side. And so where you work now at Lydia's house, when I was judge executive, we have inmates cleaning the courthouse. I asked, how did you all, they were cleaning my office there, and I said, what got you in jail in the first place? All 3 were from drugs. One of them told me about her uncle, who was the chief bailiff at our judicial center, very, very prominent family in my community. And I was curious, what happened to her? She, is a story that we're all familiar with, and she was in and out of jail, kids being raised by the grandparents. And it blew my mind because I'm running the police department, and I know that we're taking a real hard look. We're going to crack down and we're going to be tough, and that'll scare people away from doing this. That's not what was happening. We were just filling the jail, and it's a revolving door. We're arresting, incarcerating, and releasing the same people over and over again. It's not working. So we sent that woman to Lydia's house, and a year later, she wrote me a letter and thanked me for saving her life. She was sober. She had a job of managing a dollar store in Lexington. And we started working with the county attorney, we started diverting a lot of people, and it really helped our jail budget quite a bit because, and you know what, not only did it help our jail budget where we weren't sending people who didn't need to be in jail, the recidivism rate went down. And so we were not seeing the same people. Now, that doesn't work for everybody, and we all know that. We all know people have been through recovery and it didn't work, right? But it does, and it works more. It works in higher percentages than people who are just locking up and not really providing services to. So you go ahead.
You don't have to go do art to work at least, or for art. You don't have to go through the program. So therefore, when people do get out of jail, life straight, and they want to remain clean, they can come to ARC and get a job, which will help them stay out of jail. You see, that will help us a lot, because when they don't have jobs, that's when the issue starts. They can't pay their child support, they can't live. How can you live without a job? So.
That's right.
As Miss Stanley said, it got stale. She
Right.
couldn't, there's no jobs around here, she got stale. And I've heard so many people say, I got clean. Yeah, for so long, and then I got stale. Because there's nothing to do.
So
There's no job.
you're right. So what we need to do is we need to provide people jobs, and we need to help them create a life that they don't need to escape from. And that's what we're doing at ARC, and that's, I think, the proof's in the pudding by what we're doing. And not everybody comes to work for us, that we do find them careers. Maybe they might not all be in Dickinson County, but you're gonna see this community's growing and the economy's growing in the world. And so there are jobs out there, there's huge needs everywhere. They may not come back to this community, but there's gonna be jobs here, and we are gonna create a lot of jobs. And I'll tell you, and this is kind of hokey, but I know Dickinson County is Virginia's baby. I know
You've grown up, okay?
You've grown up, but the reality is for us, this is the tip of the spear for us, and we think that there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of need in Virginia, and we plan to make a big presence here over the next several years. And so this will be our baby here in Virginia, and we're going to grow, and we're going to do great things together. There's no doubt in my mind. I'm more inspired today by the people here than I have been at any center that we visited, and that's true. You've heard me do these speeches all the time. I've never said that.
No, this may inspire me to come out of retirement.
I know. I was like, you're a clinician. I want your phone number. You're a counselor. I want your number after the meeting.
Mr. Chair, could I add something to that too?
Sure, absolutely.
Mr. Cumby, you had some really good questions. One thing I want to share with the public as well, our regional jail budget each year costs the county $1.2 million out of the county budget. And as we said, a lot of these are drug offenders that are going in. You know, they're spending their time, they're not really being reformed. They get back out, go to the same environment that they were in before, the same friends. You know, they can't find employment. Next thing you know, they're in trouble again. They're back before the judicial system. They're back in jail. We're hoping we can reduce these costs as time goes on. We've had conversations with Judge Patton. We've got another meeting with Judge Patton next week, or on the 8th, I think. He's very interested in this. We're hoping that they will use this as another option. In lieu of incarceration, they can be sentenced to go to this facility. That'll save the taxpayers money, you know, on our jail costs, as well as the recidivism rate, if we can try to actually truly get them rehabbed and bring them out. And of course, Ms. Gummer, you brought up a really good comment about the jobs. We don't have a lot of jobs here and things. Of course, we don't have a lot of workforce either, so it kind of goes hand in hand. It puts more of a task on us. There's a lot of projects we're working on right now, and we have a lot of developable land in the area where ARC is. And it's possible, you know, they custom tailor, and I'm excited about the part we're going into. We've been working, you know, ever since I've been here on this project. We're getting to a part now where we're going to get to branch out and talk to employers in this area, look at what potential workforces are that we can partner with them, and they tailor work programs with them. And of course, we have to kind of be the segue between them and the employers on, you know, how to get them to change the hiring policies, how to get them to, you know, the supports that they need and the supports that these clients need to get there. But at the same time, with some of the land across the road, we've got 98 acres across the road we're developing right now with grant money, getting all the utilities there, the entrances. And one big plus, there's some stuff we're working on, but if we can train a workforce for people, everybody's struggling with that. If we can attract an employer here for whatever skilled labor they might need, we could train them and provide employment for them like they're doing at TOYOTOMI. You know, so I think, you know, we're on the cusp of this right now, and I think, you know, better things are to come. So I'm very excited about this possibility.
And the work that you've done, Larry and Freddie, with our drug court treatment director and our circuit court judge, to pile on a little bit, Mr. Comer, he'll be able to draft his orders wherein the individual defendant can come out of court or out of jail and be ordered judicially to enter into treatment, or not even ordered to incarceration, ordered to the treatment in a sentencing order. So our hope is that we have covered and dotted all the I's and crossed the T's, and I'm sure there's going to be things we've missed, but we've worked very hard with our court system and our vibrant drug court program. But Ms. Stanley says it very well. There are people that flunk out, and it's unfortunate, but I think that with this program and this facility, we're going to have a net for everyone, and people that are not even criminal defendants or criminally charged, for anyone that's suffering through addiction. And as was very well stated, we hope that this has ancillary benefits to our restaurant owners, to the rest of our community and county. And so I'm personally very thrilled to have this ground broken very soon, to have a shovel. That's what kind of my theme, shovel ready. Let's put a backhoe on something and let's start breaking ground, and I can't wait. And so I'm very happy.
Amen.
And I hope that, Mr. Coleman, I hope we've answered all your questions here tonight about any of this.
Can I
We
just
want to
say-
be transparent about everything we've done with this project.
Can I just follow up on
Yes,
that
sir.
very briefly? So I've always believed, I don't have a background in addiction, but I've always heard, that they have to be ready before they can get help. That's actually not true. It's not been my experience. Vanessa did not want to go to treatment. She was kicking and screaming before, literally trying to kick the windshield out of the car. What's interesting is our justice-involved clients end up staying, they have better outcomes than the people who come in
Because they have
voluntarily.
to.
Because they have to.
Yeah.
So what happens is at the beginning, we always like to say the reasons you go to treatment is, your livelihood, your liver, your lover,
Children,
or the
whatever.
law, right? And when the law sins, the thing is, that, if your lover sends you, you may say, look, hey baby, I miss you, and I want to come home, and are going through withdrawals, and you leave. But the difference is, if you're looking at I'm leaving to go to jail, they're staying, and they're staying past that initial 72 hours when most people do want to leave, and then the next is the 7 days. And once they get past that, our justice-involved clients are staying past their court orders, and they're even having better long-term recovery outcomes. So it's fascinating to me, and that's been a real thing. So we're looking forward to working with your judges. And really, Mr. Chairman and supervisors, this would not be possible without you and your foresight, and all of you are to be really commended for recognizing the need in your community and how aggressively you've pursued this and how thoroughly you've pursued this. And I've said it a million times, but I'm just blown away by what's taken place here. I wish we had more elected officials like you in Kentucky.
Thank you very much.
Is there any other questions?
We're looking forward to it.
Is there any other questions from our
Mrs.
community?
Stanley, where do you work?
I work at Lydia's house in Cumberland, Kentucky.
Cumberland, Kentucky.
I live in town now. I grew up here
Yeah.
in Dixon County, in Clintwood on County Ridge.
Yeah,
My daddy back there.
I know you do. I know your family, and I've heard of you, but I've not met you personally.
Yes. Well,
So it touched me very much to see how well you're doing, because I know you've had a struggle and your family's had a struggle. And it touched me, and you too, Vanessa. It's very touching. What do you do at Lydia's house?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm at the bottom of the barrel right now. I'm third staff.
Not for very long.
Third shift red staff. But, the ladies come in, they are, they're fresh off the street. So we say love them back to life. I cry with them, I talk to them, I get them up in the mornings, I keep them in line, I make them come down, for breakfast, I keep them on a schedule. Just, whatever they need, basically, I'm there to do whatever. That's what I do right now,
So Mia will be hopefully working at our facility here when we open it. That's her goal. And last night we went to dinner with Mia, and it was hilarious. There were some police officers there. You don't care for me to tell this to you. And the police officers came over, and they were talking to us, and she said, you know who I am? She said, that guy arrested me. And he came over, she said, you know who I am, don't you? And he looked at her, he said, no, I don't think I do. And she gave her name, and he almost fell over. He said, I can't believe how good you look and how great you're doing. And he was almost teared up, and he said, we really need this in our community. And so there's a city police officer, there's some sheriff's deputies there with him, and one of the state troopers. And your story has inspired me. I got teary-eyed when you were talking. So we're very proud of her too.
I love my community, I love my hometown, I love the people in it, and I'm gonna give my heart and soul up there to this facility. And, I wanna see it better here. I'm tired of this, I'm tired of taking lives, I'm tired of destroying families. I know you are ready for a change too.
Well, if anybody, everyone in this room has probably been touched by drug addiction. I've had people in my family die from drug addiction. And I just wish they had this opportunity instead of they're dead because they had an addiction. And people say that a lot of people will say you're weak, you've heard it all. But I think we all have some kind of addiction if we'll confess up.
That's right.
And I thank you for coming here today to express you because me, like I said, I know you by reputation. And now I can say that you have a good reputation. So that makes me feel good, does my heart good. Sure. I'm a hugger.
My mommy talks about you, so that's.
I have a question.
Wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I came
When
through
someone
when you
completes your
graduated.
program,
Yes, you did.
I
are
did.
they on, I don't even know what this drug is, methadone or whatever now that replaces prescription drugs or illegal drugs or
Suboxone.
whatever?
Yeah.
When you're talking about clean, are they clean or are they?
That's a great question. So we do offer medically assisted treatment, and what that means for us is we do a Suboxone taper for people who need it, okay? And Vanessa can maybe talk about that a little more, but what that is when someone comes in with an opioid addiction, the withdrawals are extremely painful, and what happens is most people leave when they're doing that. And so what we do is we'll prescribe a small dosage of Suboxone, and we put them on a taper where they taper down to 0. And then what we do is after they have a certain 5 days of clean, we encourage them to do a shot called Vivitrol. And what that does is it eliminates cravings. It's also an opioid blocker, so there's no euphoria and it's prescribed for opioid use disorder and alcohol use disorder. And so those are 30-day injections. It's non-narcotic. There's no high from that. Businessmen are using that during the Super Bowl and the Kentucky Derby so that they, don't drink, during those times when they're feeling so it eliminates the craving, and so that's what we do. But the numbers of people who are still using Suboxone when they leave our facility is extremely small, because really it's, I better not go into my personal feelings on that, but it is extremely small.
I've heard, or the rumor is, or whatever, that a lot of the clinics don't really taper you off.
Now, we do, and our numbers are, so at one of our facilities, like at Crown, for instance, Crown has 3 licensed facilities on that one campus, okay? And in the last one, it's 150, the one for their latest phase treatment, we have 150 clients. I think there's 11 who are on Suboxone in their last phase of treatment. And the idea is really to try to taper them off. Now, that doesn't work for everybody. And really on those, there's an injection called Sublocade. That's the same type of drug, but it's like a time release. But really the idea is that when you leave, you're clean, and for that means abstinence for most. Did I answer that okay? That's a difficult, there's a politically correct way to answer that, but anyway, that's, yeah.
We also hopeful for drug, for women as well.
We are too, and we know that that's a real need here. And I'll tell you, your folks here have done everything but put us in a chokehold today about that. So they not only drove us to the property and showed us, and then they also have some other ideas. And they said, let's look at this right before dinner, and they wanted to show us that too. So they are working hard for other opportunities. But yes, there's a need for women here, and we are on that. And we also, I want to mention, we have Greg May here tonight. Greg is our developer on this project. He also developed our men's center in Pikeville, Kentucky, which I want to extend an invitation for any of you all to come down and see what we're doing. It's similar to what we're proposing here. And then he's also the developer on White Oak Hill, our facility in Inez, Kentucky, for women. And his wife told him he better open a center for women, or else he was going to be sleeping in the doghouse. Is that right, Greg? Your wife said if you didn't open a center for women with us, you were in the doghouse, and so.
Yeah, when I got through working on the first rehab center at River Place at Miller High School, I was pretty tired because I did a lot of the work myself. And so I go home and she's fussing about me all that time while I'm gone. Then when we go and we have the grand opening and stuff, we go home and we're eating dinner one night. She says, "Now, what are you going to do for the women?" And so I immediately started, and a year later, we had a 120-bedded women's facility over in Knott County. So the same thing, my personal story is I lost my brother to drugs. I run a utility company. I didn't know anything about rehab, other than I knew there was a drug problem. But, the Lord's blessed me enough now to see the real picture and what we can do to help each other. And I've just been very blessed. And so Freddie and Larry and Dana and I have all talked from day one. We're not gonna stop with the men, we're gonna work forward. Actually got some plans already in the pot to do a women's facility.
I'm telling you, your people here are tenacious. It's like a pack of pit bulls, and you come in there and they're working us over pretty good.
I feel good, I'm glad.
So, any other questions? Those are great questions, by the way. Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you so much. Vanessa said her fear was to end up with a needle in her arm dead. That's how I found my brother, June of 21. So thank y'all for coming in and doing this.
Thank you.
What I'd like to say comes from the heart of a Dickinson County resident, small business owner, and a therapist as well. We've worked to help families and people, you know, the long-term effects of this is going to be amazing. We see the trauma in the kids' eyes, we see the trauma all around us, you know, we're trying to work to help with that. But what you guys are doing, like Mia said, I just want to reiterate that this has been a long time coming, and we're very much appreciative of your all's efforts, the board's efforts, everybody that, you know, have blood, sweat, and tears in all of this, because it's going to make a difference, and your model is amazing.
Thank you.
And I really want to say welcome to the team, and I'm going to try not to cry saying that because, you know, it's a weary road that we walk trying to help people, but I'm disheartened that more people aren't here to welcome you tonight. But just know that we're very much behind you, and the community stands to gain so much from your presence.
Thank you. Well, I can tell you, we've been welcomed. I mean, literally, I went to your grocery store last night, and the cashier was like, "I cannot believe you're here. Thank you so much." The guy in front, I mean, everybody around, it was like a little revival there in the. I couldn't believe it, and they were making fun of me because I was texting about it, but. This isn't really being offered here. And so what's happening is someone in addiction in Dickinson County, they're going for very short time treatment. And I'll tell you, you are not going to overcome a decade-long opioid addiction in a week. And you're not going to do it in 20 days. That's just not, that doesn't happen. The science shows it doesn't happen. And you can load someone full of Suboxone and say that you've cured them because they're not doing heroin, but you've just substituted one for another. So that's not what we do, and this is a long-term treatment. I know I'm now way in trouble, but he's probably going to report me. But
we don't load people full of Suboxone. There
we
is
don't.
medically assisted treatment when
Yeah.
the treatment comes with the medical.
No, we don't do that. Well, I'm saying we don't do that, and that's not what we're talking about here. I understand there's a role for that, it's harm reduction. I get that, but that's not that's not the model that we do here. We're not a short-term program because we want you to have long-term success in recovery. We want to give someone a life they don't need to escape from, and that's what we're talking about. So that's what the career portion is there about. Yeah.
And I can say, I see the girls come in, there's very few that they even give Suboxone to. And when they do give it to them, they are taken off of it within 14 days. And I know that for a fact, because I assisted me there, so that is a fact.
It does help people stay in treatment longer, so I do think there's a use, and I'm not, there's some people who are in treatment, they say, we're against it completely. We're not, and we do feel like there's a use for it. But this is not a Suboxone clinic. There's not a long line every day of people taking Suboxone. When they leave, the goal is that they're not taking anything.
Will you be accepting commercial insurance also, or is this for Medicaid?
It's both.
Okay.
It's both, and we're working on the accreditation for Virginia Medicaid into Kentucky so that we'll be able to share, because we do have resources within Kentucky as well. Right now, like we do have a women's center that's not too far from here, White Oak Hill in Inez. So we do want to do that, and that'll help with some of our vocational programs to make them available. I hope that answers your question. So we do take Medicaid, we do take private insurance, we take private pay, and if you don't qualify for any of those, we'll take you for free, quite frankly. So that's what we do. So we do grace beds too, occasionally.
Just one more question. I also serve on the Family Assessment and Planning team in Dickinson County. And that, of course, votes for funds, you know, to keep kids here, to get services here, and a lot of times those services are also for the family members. And so we have a lot of people who have refused treatment elsewhere because they don't want to go so far away from their children. And so a question I feel like we probably need to know is what is that policy there with family sessions or children during that year?
That's a great point. That's a great question.
Yeah,
We have a lot of that.
So first of all, you're right, and the closeness of the recovery to your home affects recovery outcomes. So our data shows that most people attend treatment within 50 to 60 miles of their home. And that's really great because we want to be able to make sure that they have connections to that network. And people whose families come, same thing with jail. When people's families come visit them in jail, they have a better likelihood of success when they leave. So it's the same thing with recovery. During the first 30 days, there's no visits allowed for anybody. They get phone calls and they're monitored. I mean, it's very strict. It's 24-hour line of sight supervision. And it's just like raising a child, kind of. If you have a toddler, you're really a lot of supervision, right? Then they step down to the next level of treatment. Family members do come. We do have weekend visitation, and the family members come onto campus and visit with our clients. So we'll have people coming into the community during those visits. And again, everyone in the center is drug tested weekly. We monitor those visits, but they come during that phase 3, that third phase of treatment. Now you're stepped down. So it's in most treatments in Kentucky, you've been released at that time. So that's our outpatient level of treatment. You get a pass on Saturdays and a pass on Sundays, 10 hours each day. So you can go home, and we want to kind of monitor, we want to kind of gradually step you in, right? To kind of a little like the frog in the pot of water, right? You kind of want to turn it up slowly so that they'll have better success. And then on your phase 4, they're home for 3 days and they're with us for 4 days. And so we kind of step them into that. And we do have family unification courses that we're offering at some of our centers. So depending on the need and what we can get people here, that is very important. So we do those family reunification. Guys need anger management classes. There's all kinds of, and you're familiar with that, and we're providing those in our centers to make sure our case managers are working through those things. But, yeah.
Do you all coordinate too with other services during the process?
We do, yeah.
Families are receiving other services.
Our case managers do that. So a lot of guys come in, a lot of times, in long-term addiction, they've let everything go. So we get guys who have medical conditions that, they need to seek medical help. So we met with your hospital today, and we're talking about that. You've got, blood pressure issues, diabetes, people with surgeries. We had a guy come in one day, he was wearing one contact from a friend that he had for 4 months, and it had fused to his eye. So we had to take him for the surgery. You can't get sober when you have those kind of things going on. So we want to address those. And then our case management is working with like the local court systems. You've got guys who may have had a traffic ticket and they just didn't show up back up to court, So we're working through those things because that is the way to have that long-term success. We want to make sure we're taking care of those triggering issues and triggering events. A lot of guys need to do the domestic violence counseling, they need to do the anger management, those types of courses. For custody issues, our case managers work through all those things. And we do work with outside agencies, especially on the housing component for guys who are not going to stay with us. So we work through all those things. To us, our success, we want to see them have long-term success. So we invest a lot in that backside.
Mr. Chair, if I could add one thing, you mentioned housing. I'm just going to take a minute to plug. Mr. Peters is on the phone, but he sits on the board of another project we've been working on as far as recovery housing. Next week, our recovery housing will be opening for women. They'll be accepting, up to 9 women who are in recovery, whether they be in drug court, graduated from drug court, whatever, need a place to stay. It's a grant-funded program. We're working on a men's place right now. We're trying to find a residence that we can lease somewhere. 4 to 5 bedrooms. This is kind of outside of the Board of Supervisors. It's not something that they're doing, but it's with the drug court coordinator, Cheryl Robinette. I've been helping them. Mr. Peters on the phone. He's been helping them. But we also think, separate from ARC and what we're doing, there's still a need. Lots of times whenever people go through drug court or go through this, they don't have anywhere to go except back home or back with the friends where they were in trouble before. So it's another thing we're kind of trying to get started up here in the county right now on that. So just want to take a minute, put a plug in for that.
I just have a quick comment. So I grew up here in Dickinson County and moved away right after high school for 35 years, but I've always had a desire to come back and see what I can do to kind of, help the community where I grew up. So I moved back about 1.5 years ago, and I've created a high-level framework that I'm now calling it a framework to improve the standard of living. And it's kind of interesting after what you talked about. The mission is to improve the standard of living in economically depressed communities through economic development and public health interventions. Sounds a lot like what you're doing here, with a vision to establish best practice models for communities striving to improve their standard. So it's like what you're doing is really tailor-made for what I'm interested in. So I'd be very interested in talking with you guys later to see how I can plug in and be part of what you're doing.
Sure, and one thing we do, every community where we serve, we establish what we call the local advisory boards made up of local folks from the community, and that's kind of our conduit where we can communicate to the community. The community can communicate with us. We give that board $5,000 every year where they can invest in the community with the only stipulation it can't benefit ARC. So you can give it to a Little League team or do something downtown, but you can't like beautify the road up to our center. It has to be something legitimate. So, we want to give back to the community. So yes, we will have more public hearings like this. We want to make sure we answer the questions of the community. We need to also talk with the city officials. So we'll be back. We'll be here often. They've got a room for me over at the Sleep Inn. So before I go, unless there's any other questions.
Ms. Kaiser, I think yes.
Well, I don't really have a question. I have been able, by being serving on the board, to visit the center in Pikeville and to visit the one down in Inez.
Okay.
And the facilities are real nice. They are real clean. Everybody, all of the people that was there was nothing out of line when we all came through, and it's wonderful. I'm glad to see this, and I'm glad to see that Mia can be an example to our citizens in the county. I probably knew her and her sister Megan when they were younger because I worked at McClure Lumber, and I knew Mike and Cappy, your grandparents, Lois and Dewey, and Pauline probably, and then after you all left out of McClure, I just wasn't all that close anymore. And I never seen you during those bad years, but I'm glad to see you on the other side of those, and that you can be a light and a witness and an encouragement to the other younger people, older people, whoever they may be. And I'm pleased to see that. And I knew all of Cappy's brothers and sisters and went to school with Barry, and I am sure they are all proud of you. I'm sure.
Thank you. That's what it's all about. I look at Vanessa. I look up to her.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. I hope I can be a light to somebody.
Right.
In this community.
Right.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And I'd say there's probably never a day that went by that two people didn't shed a tear for you than Mike and Cappy.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Got a lot to be proud of right here, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, I do, I am very proud.
That's awesome.
It's tough to go through as a family with drug addiction. But it's a broken record. You see it so many different people. It does destroy families, but it was the arguments we had when we got together for Christmas together. But now we get together and it's a blessing. Prayers, God, and all the other things that she's been through has brought her back to us. And I'm here with her tonight, her mother and her grandkids. Her kids are at a revival out town, and just a blessing to see what she's done. I'm so proud of her.
Awesome.
And I thank you.
Before I leave, we created this website for you all in your community. You can scan that with your smartphones or to go to that webpage. But we are very, very proud to be a part and partner with Dickinson County. And check us out. If you have questions, you can reach out. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do any members have anything else they'd like to discuss with Mr. Barton or Ms. Cronkite on the presentation?
No, I think it's great.
Okay.
Wonderful.
I'll let them take just a second here and catch their breath, and then we'll do a public comment.
I'll run to the restroom while we're doing it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll wait just a second.
Well, during public comment, it's not.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mullins, I'm going to open the floor up for public comment right now. We're on
Mr. Chairman, could we take time and move up before public comment?
Will you want to, let's go ahead and do public comment and then
No,
do
it's
it
gonna
after.
take a while.
Well, Peggy's went to the restroom. Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, give me just a second, let's let Peggy come back.
I know by working, these women's got work to do at home.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to come back to order. Mr. Mullins, Ms. Willis, I think you have a motion to make on in regard to the agenda.
I would like to move AF, the ordinance to payment for monetary bonuses for the circuit court clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
And let the ladies go home. I said a woman's work is never done.
And I'll second that. Mr. Peters, did you hear that motion?
And I want to move it up before public comment, if that's okay with the board members.
Mr. Peters, did you hear that motion?
I did.
Okay. I'll second it. Is there any questions or concerns about that, moving AF up to before public comment?
No.
All those in favor of making that modification, please signify by saying aye. Aye as well. So now we will take up item F at this point in the meeting, and there'll be a motion to approve that ordinance.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the bonuses for the clerk's office. I went up there and talked to Mr. Edwards, and I was very, very impressed with what all they have done. And I guess the renewing of everything in there is so much different than it was when I worked in the courthouse. And I was so thrilled that he showed me a lot of stuff that you girls had done. So I'd like to make that motion.
And I'll second it. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I could add, just a reminder to the public that may be in person or watching, that none of these funds are coming out of the county general fund. This is all funds held by the clerk's office.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. I appreciate that. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye as well. We appreciate those ladies and what they do. They do a great job.
Thank you, girls, for what you do.
Thank you all. Thanks for hanging with us for 2 hours.
Y'all learn a lot tonight also.
Y'all have a good night. That'll bring us to item 6 then, public comment. So the podium is open again this evening for public comment, and the telephone line is also open for public comment, 276-333-0357. Mr. Mullins, just want, if we get a call, just let me know, and we'll certainly give them their attention.
Hey, Paul O'Quinn. I'm at 796 Newberry Ridge. Just want to make a quick comment on the efforts for improving the litter situation in the county. It was talked about earlier. You all also heard me reference a framework that I put together for economic development, and it really aligns with that. I mean, not only is it important because we want a county that is visually pleasing to us as county residents, but as we try to get our population back and build it, it's also important for people coming outside of our county that might be looking to relocate here. So I just wanted to commend everybody that's a part of that effort. It's really important, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Chair, if I could echo that on the heels of that to get a plug in. This Friday, we have our first community-wide event that we're inviting volunteers to come out and help us. We're meeting here Friday morning at 8:30 at the Deeser parking lot. We're going to carpool up to the four-way. A group of us is going to go up Rose Ridge and a group up Caney Ridge. We're going to start there on litter pickup. We're starting up that way about 9. In the event of weather, we'll get word out and we'll do that on Monday. But we're going to do that the first Friday of every month. We're going to organize an event somewhere in the county to pick up. Now, we've got guys out picking up every day, along with community work program workers and drug court workers and things that's working with our guys. We've got two guys helping out in litter control right now. But, unfortunately, people are throwing it out about as quick as they can get it picked up. And we got a lot of roadways to cover and things, so we're doing that. And then also, the Corps had reached out to me, Audrey had reached out to me this morning from the Corps. They're doing their lake cleanup on Saturday, March the 25th. They're meeting that morning at the boat ramp, and of course our litter control is going to be assisting with that. We'll be out helping with that as well. Any volunteers that are available, we'd love for you to come out to that too.
For Friday's event, is there anything that's recommended for the people that want to participate?
No, we'll provide vests. We're going to provide a vest, a picker, trash bags. It's going to be like 9 to 3, but we're meeting here at 8:30 for the carpool with us. So,
But you, I see you having it on Friday. That sort of knocks out our kids And when we picked it up, we had teenagers and children picking it
Well,
up.
but our staff, our litter control staff and the people with the trucks and stuff coming out, it's hard to tie them up on the weekend, but we are doing the lake cleanup on a Saturday to get more volunteers, but
No, the trash pick up Fridays on Caney Ridge and Rose Ridge, I believe. But yeah, sure. Can we meet at the four-way?
yes, 9 o'clock at the four-way, if anybody wants to leave their car there. We're kind of meeting here and kind of
Well,
dividing
I
up into
noticed
two
the
groups.
trash from the four-way up to the church, it's gotten pretty bad.
It has, and that's what the school
I
told me
let
too.
Larry know about that.
Well, I know, but it's got worse and just in the
Yeah,
I
last
told him
month or
about that.
That's why
Yeah.
we try to pick that area, kind of central county there. We're trying to get an area like towards the school and towards,
I don't know what
Caney
happened.
and-
It was real good,
Oh,
and all of
no,
a
but-
sudden it
I
just-
noticed on their report that they picked it up to the Butler's Chapel.
they have already
Horrendous
once, yes.
When I told Bo about it about 2 weeks ago.
It's got bad.
Yeah, come on up.
Mine's bad
Mr. Chair, we got
already.
another comment.
Yes, sir.
I got a question on the litter. My understanding, the sheriff's department no longer deals with that. And now it's up to the board of supervisors. And my question is what's your plan on this control? And also, a big thing that I've noticed, and it's not only here in Dixon County, but it's in Russell and so forth, all our adjoining counties around, is the litter's getting picked up and it's bagged, but the bags lay there for weeks on end.
Right, and our bags will lay
Can
until the
somebody
trash
enlighten
truck.
me why this is happening?
Sure.
and the
I'll be glad,
bags ain't
Mr. Chair, if
getting
you'll
picked up?
allow me to answer
Yes,
this.
sir. Go ahead, Mr.
As far as when litter control came back to the county, I pulled a part-time employee from the truck shop initially and put him on it, knowing that I needed more help. And we have 2 full-time animal control officers. So it took me a little bit to get things organized, but we took one of those animal control officers and made him part-time litter and part-time animal control. That way we kind of feel that. So I've got 2 people working part-time litter control, but they're out every day. We've got somebody at least 3 days a week on the road picking up trash. They'll go out if there's appliances or white goods or stuff to pick up at people's homes, pick those up. But on the bags, we've talked about, 2 different ways on doing that. And we did initially, and that's the correction to the minutes that we made. Mr. Peterson made a comment about the complaint he got from the truck shop on that. Rather than, our guys are picking up the bags, we're putting up our litter signs, they're picking it up, putting it in bags. And then the trash trucks, whatever day of the week that they run, that's when they're picking them up on that day. It will lay there. Like if trash runs on Thursday and they pick up an area on Friday, then it will lay there a week until next Thursday, because it's a good use of our time to be able to bring another truck and a trailer through or bring a trash truck through that area and pick it up. We're best to keep them guys just on the road picking up trash and bagging it up. And on an event like these special events we're doing, we'll probably bring another vehicle out and actually get those whenever we've got a lot of people out and stuff. But on the normal days, we're just kind of picking it up. I know in your way, you sent me a video or you put it on Facebook and told me to look at it, all the bags on Fremont they picked up. But we're, we realize there's a lot out there. We're trying to get a handle on it and trying to get a plan in place. But
One more comment.
Sure.
And this, Scotty, involves our actual communities, the roads that we live on, and some of us, we secure our trash like we're supposed to do, and there's others that do not.
Right.
We can't expect the crows and the dogs to stay out of it when it's laying down there on the ground in a bag or open.
I don't see no
And
four-way road.
Can we start looking as a group of board of supervisors in Dixon County and the people, can we start looking at some kind of an ordinance and
I saw it on
something
here.
here
Something.
that the
They picked it up
homeowners
to
is
bed.
gonna have to
Murphy
take
toward Hayside.
responsibility for securing their trash, because it's the same as somebody driving
I
down
read
the
it
road.
that they
slinging
it isn't slinging it out.
I'm like you
Yeah,
all.
I'm looking at it, I don't see it.
Right.
It's a shame what our county's come to, it really is,
Yeah.
And like you said, Robert, you go out, every one of us could be out Friday and pick it up, and they're throwing it
Yeah,
out
throw it back
plastic,
out.
and pick it up.
Yeah.
Ain't
So, I
that
mean,
the
that's
truth?
something to think about.
That is something to think about, and I actually had a complaint. I talked to a gentleman last week on that, an issue he was having up on Caney Ridge, same thing. The neighbors were putting trash out, not in cans, the crows were getting into it, messing it up, and it was blowing all down into his field and things. Now, our ordinance right now states, of course, I always talk to the truck shop and have the supervisors go out and investigate the situation, talk to the homeowners and things on these complaints that we have. But our current ordinance states that it's not supposed to be loose, it's supposed to be in a can on that, and that's what we're trying to enforce. Of course, at the same time, we're not supposed to be using discarded appliances either, like an old refrigerator or freezer, and paint trash on side of it, it's just a bad image for the county. We're not really enforcing that too good right now, but we do, if we're gonna start somewhere and pick it up on the sides of the road, we gotta work there too, because it's the same difference that trash is getting scattered by animals.
Mr. Chair, this is Ron Peters.
Go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Peters.
Okay, for the gentleman that just asked that question, I want him to understand there are ordinances. Problem isn't the ordinances, it's us enforcing the policies and holding people accountable.
Agreed.
Right now, we're not following our ordinance. I just, if no one else will say it, I'm gonna say it.
No, I agree with you.
Okay, the question, of course, now is why are we not? Amen, I mean, really?
Well, one reason
It's
is.
all about folks, isn't it?
I
Well,
hope not.
well, one reason is so you have a family, let's say you got a single mother with 3 kids and you go tell her, well, you're putting your trash on the ground, you have to go buy a $150 trash can. And she says, I can't afford it, I can't afford eggs as it is, I can't afford gas as it is. What good does it do to drag her to general district court with a $250 fine that she can't pay and won't pay? I mean, that's the world you're gonna be living in with it. I mean, it's a very difficult situation to force someone, a big 90-gallon trash can's expensive. I mean, they're
408
expensive.
bags.
Because I need to buy one. But I'm just saying, that's what you're gonna get into with enforceability, and that's one issue.
But we are
Well,
reaching
you
out,
can't, you
we're.
have to catch somebody right in the very act of doing it.
Well, when you're gonna see the trash on the side of the road, it wouldn't be that hard. Your trash
Yeah,
man
it's
would.
very hard to, when you go to court, you all know, you
Well,
go
right.
to court, they're not gonna take a camera, if you put cameras up, they're not gonna take that, they'll throw it out. But if you see them do, you gotta catch them right in the very act of doing it. Some people will say, well, take their tag number, they'll throw that out of court too. Cause you can't prove it really that they did it. So it's hard. I was just reading yesterday in Coalfield Progress, Wise County's having the same, only their problem's worse. Have you been up 4-lane up through
It's
there, how
terrible.
bad it is?
Yeah.
Theirs is worse than ours, and they're trying to decide to go back to the adopt a program. But really, we've not, what Larry's told you, we did have a litter control officer, but we still have a litter control officer. We got the same amount of manpower working now than we did a year ago, right, Larry? Maybe more.
Really more.
Really more. I noticed where they picked up 278 bags of trash.
This is from
Yeah, I think they've done a
January
good
to
job.
February the 4th.
And then the month before that, they picked up 400 some bags of trash. So to me, I think the county, and I go out and run around in the county a lot. I think and I worked litter control too when I was in the health department. I think it looks better now than it's ever looked, in my opinion.
So I think Mr. Comer, and he has a good point.
He has a good point.
The issue is the lady that takes, or man takes her trash runs tomorrow, Wednesday. She takes it on Tuesday night, no container.
That is a problem.
How do you make somebody buy a $200 trash can? I mean, that's what you're dealing with.
But I will say that, like my staff, I have my supervisor at the truck shop deal with this, and then I get involved and deal with them. But again, neither one of us can write a citation, or we have no teeth in what we do.
Yeah.
We try to enforce it, but we have no, I can't write a citation,
Where you
I can-
still live on Rakes Ridge?
We live on Rakes Ridge.
Yeah.
Go out the back side of Rakes Ridge.
Yeah, I know where you
And
live.
there's a house down there that when the wind blows, they throw their litter right outside the house and it blows down in the hall.
It's a shame.
And it's like, come on. You can get that man for littering right there.
All right, well, we have another individual. Go ahead.
In Michigan, I know that ours is free, and we had to pay for trash pickup, and that's something I guess that can be looked at. But we had these big, huge, trash cans, and they had wheels on them, and it was $5 a month on our statement that we had, because a lot of people can't afford, but people can afford $5 a month, usually.
I think they pay 8 here in Clintwood.
So, huh?
I think he told me they pay 8, 9.
It's not for a container though.
That's something we've all
That's not,
talked
that
about.
doesn't
It's
include
not
a
a
container.
container.
No,
That's
that's just the
something
fee.
we had, I wish I had a picture of it, but, and then you could pay extra and get a pink one for the Susan
Y'all
Coleman
probably have
breast
private
cancer or
pickup
whatever.
too. We've got
But-
county pickup.
Yeah, we
You
have
have private.
but up there it was the township or whatever that picked up. But it's still like on your, like, I don't know, you put it on the water bill or whatever, just $5 or whatever to lease the can is what you're doing pretty much. But that would, give you something to, give people something to put it in.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
When she's done.
Are you done, Ms.
This
Bilski?
work's done,
Thank
it's
you.
done like this everywhere. It's tied to a water bill because if you tell someone you're gonna shut their water off, they're gonna pay the bill. But we don't have the convenience of doing that here because our water parcels out to different, Flintwood, Buchanan County, we pay, some of our citizens pay Buchanan County. So there was no convenient way.
Some pay Wise
And it
County.
was the only place I've lived, and I've been all over the world, where you didn't pay a separate trash fee. I think it was because that some of the folks could not afford it or would pay it. So it's tied into your general fund, and or the AEP electric bill, you pay a $3 fee each month. That goes to this county. So that's the reason I believe it's that way.
Thank you, Ron. Is there any other?
Someone to pay for it, it's gonna be more difficult, and then it costs money to send out the bill, so.
I'm trying to move this thing along. Is there anyone, do we have any calls, Mr. Mullins?
No, sir.
Anyone else from the public want to make a remark?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a public statement as a citizen and as a member of the board, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And it may take me longer than 3 minutes. If it does, you can take a roll call.
You
to
go
see if
ahead, you take the floor.
Tonight makes me serving 15 years and 2 months on this board. Every board I've ever served with, we were allowed to put things on the agenda that pertain to us. And I had asked that we make a statement concerning the behavioral health director, and first of all, he's my cousin. The other problem is my family. So I want to discuss it both ways. I love my family, I love my cousins, I don't have any issues with my cousins. But when I saw the statement that was made, it hurt me. But it hurt me also that these 4 people that sits to my left, Mr. Barton took a poll to see if I could put it on the agenda. These 4 people on my left voted against me putting it on the agenda.
That's not accurate.
Not voted, but didn't want it put on. I'll
Well,
put
that's
it
not
that way.
accurate either.
Give her time to speak.
I'm
But that's
on
not-
the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Well, okay, I'll take it after you then.
All right. Anyway, that's what I was told. He took a poll, and no one except me wanted it on there. And I don't think, when I talked to Mr. Barton, or he sent me an email, Rhonda didn't even bother to respond, so I don't know what her vote was, or what her
We don't
opinion was.
vote.
It wasn't a vote, it was a poll vote.
We don't even do poll votes.
Wait a minute, I have the floor.
Well, that's,
You
I'm
just made
gonna,
accusations.
I'm gonna rip it apart when you get done.
Okay, that's fine if you do, but I'll read
Well, I'm
my
going to,
message
so.
also.
That's fine.
But anyway, what I want to say is I was heard, and I sent
I know what
Kevin a
you're talking
message that I was heard, and that he owed Jelaine an apology. Jelaine is part of my family. He comes in and out of my house 2 and 3 days a week. He's as welcome as my children are, or my grandchildren are. He's as welcome as they are. He's just part of my family. And when he hurts, I hurt. But I was really hurt at my board for not letting me put that on the agenda. And I probably could have tonight for us to make a public statement, but I want to make my public statement that it was hurtful. And, I know we have the First Amendment right we have freedom of speech, but sometimes freedom of speech has consequences also. And then I was told it was at the heat of a moment. You know, there's people in prison that did crimes at the heat of the moment, you know. And I'm just hurt with my family. I'm hurt with my cousin. And I just want to make that statement myself that it's not how I feel. I'm not a racist at all. And I was real hurt that I didn't get any support from the supervisor in that district where Mr. Mock lives, and he is also the acting mayor, and he's doing a wonderful job down there trying to improve the town of Quinchco. Mr. Chairman, I'm finished. Thank you.
Well, first of all, anytime a supervisor wants anything added to our agenda, Miss Clerk or Mr. Administrator adds it. That's been a 15-year and 2-month policy. So whoever told you not to add or that you couldn't add something to the agenda, who told you you couldn't add something to this agenda?
Mr. Barton sent me
Well,
a
let's
message.
elaborate on that, because I didn't tell you couldn't add something to this agenda. I would never. Every member of this board, including myself, if I want something on this agenda, Madam Clerk adds it or Mr. Barton adds it. I don't ask you, I don't ask Ms. Sluss, I don't ask Ms. Kaiser. I say, Mr. Barton, I want something on the agenda. So I want to be very clear that I never voted no. I wouldn't vote. We don't vote until we're in a meeting.
I know, but he took a poll. That's
Well,
what
I never
said.
got polled to say that you couldn't add something to this agenda. So I want that clarified right now by whoever.
Mr. Chair, if I could clarify on this.
Would you clarify,
I
Mr.
will.
Barton? Because
The
you did
question-
send me a message to that
The
effect.
question that I asked was not whether we add something to the agenda. The question that I asked the membership was about making a statement for the county to make a formal statement on our stance with the situation that happened at behavioral health.
And so may I now? So that was the question that was posed to me.
Okay,
Is do I want you, or do I want Ms. Sluss, or do I want Ms. Kaiser or Mr. Peters making a statement for me? And my answer was no. I'll make my own statement. I never
Well,
voted
I
no.
asked
May I
Mr.
finish? I'll let you
Barton.
finish.
No, okay.
I want to be extremely clear about this. I'm aggravated the way you phrased that, to say that I or any other member wouldn't allow you to put something on the agenda. I never was asked to see if you wanted to put something put on the
I was the one
agenda.
that asked Mr. Barton, could I have it put on the
Well,
agenda?
why wasn't it on the agenda
To
then?
make a statement.
And why are you throwing us under the
I don't
bus?
understand what you said I did. What'd I do?
She's saying we didn't allow her to put something on the
No,
agenda.
I didn't
That's
say
not
that.
the call I got from Larry was, and he said that the lawyer had said it wasn't necessary for us to, Mr. Sturgill had said that was not.
And there are some questions about that, and obviously with it being the Behavioral Health Board, whether we needed to allow them to do their statement or whether we needed a standalone statement, and, you know.
But that's nothing what she just said.
Well,
She
but
just
Mr.
said
Barton
there's
said I took a
miscommunication.
poll, and no one wants to put it on the agenda,
No.
nobody.
I would never not allow some member of this board to put whatever you wanted on the
Mine was,
agenda.
that's what we wanted to make a statement.
I would never say that you can't put whatever you want on this agenda. That aggravates me so
And may-
much how you just done that.
And Mr. Chair, Ms. Willis, maybe that was a miscommunication on mine and your part, on what you asked me, maybe what I did, maybe that was a miscommunication, but, you know, I take it
Well, I
that
asked
we
you to
were.
put it on the
Well,
agenda.
let's put it on right now.
I
I'll
asked-
add it. Let's
no.
entertain a motion.
I
And
asked
put it on
him,
right now.
I'm talking to Mr. Barton. I asked him if we could put it on the agenda after we did the Black History Month. And he said, well, I think we need to take a poll to see if anyone else wants it on there. Is that correct?
Well, you know, from what I recall on that was, you know, our attorney, Mr. Sturgill, felt like it wasn't our place to make a statement, but I wanted to ask the other members if they felt like we need to make a statement on that rather than put it on the agenda. And maybe that's a miscommunication on my part, rather than asking to put something on the agenda, but was to make a statement, an official statement from the board to be worked up by our attorney to.
That's what
to
I
go
remember
out.
you asked.
Ms. Kaiser, how do you
And
put
you
some-
took a poll to see if we could do that, because I had asked, correct?
Who's gonna draft the statement?
No, he said,
Mr. Sturgill was.
What's the statement gonna say?
I have no idea.
he said the attorney said that wasn't necessary for us to do. Now, can I say something?
Well,
I tell you, it took me digging, and I studied last night way up, because Jelaine got me thinking. quite frankly, it got me to thinking about critical race theory and all the things that he mentioned. He's a very smart and intelligent man. I'll tell you that right now. These are notes I took last night, and I had made a statement about the critical race theory, and I wasn't taught in school. And I think our kids need to be taught about Jim Crow laws and all that stuff that kept people of color from voting. Yes, they definitely need to be taught that in school. And
Well,
other
I'm
things.
sorry that I brought it up because I thought he took a poll asking if we could put it on the agenda and if we approved of it being on the agenda.
Are you all done?
Yeah,
Just for now?
I'm done.
How do you add something to this agenda? Hold on just a minute, Ron. Hold on just a minute. How do you add something to the agenda?
Just notify Teresa or?
Do you call me?
No.
How do you add something to the agenda? Do you call me?
No, I usually tell her.
How do you add something to the
I
agenda?
called Mr. Barton and asked him.
So why is this any different that you're saying that us four have denied you the ability to put something on the agenda that you want on the agenda? That's what I'm annoyed about, is
Well,
you
that's-
indicating to the public that we prohibited you from having something on here. Yes, sir, go.
Okay, I've got a couple things, so bear with me here. First thing, I want to ask a question to our attorney. What does Robert's rule say about adding something to the agenda?
You
For
can
a
add
board
some,
member? It's different for a chairman versus a board member, I think.
you can add something to the agenda with a 2/3 vote. Or.
Well, it depends on who approves though, it's a draft agenda at this time.
Okay, now.
Wait a minute, Ron.
Saying you want this on the agenda. I think there's a difference between whether you're a board member or you're the chairman. If I'm wrong, I'll stand
Okay.
corrected.
He's the one talking, just a minute.
Sure, and Ron, I think I misunderstood your question. It's a 2/3
No, I
vote.
didn't say it right, you're right.
It's a 2/3 vote to amend the agenda after the agenda is approved by the
Thank you.
majority of board.
Yes, I know
Prior to
that.
that,
All right, let him finish here.
Yeah, go ahead.
prior to that, the agenda can be approved. At the approval of the agenda, items can be added, and that's with a majority vote.
But I mean, what I'm saying is, this agenda that we have to consider, items are added at the request of individual members.
Exactly, and you could take it
Just
off.
like Ms.
or out.
Willis asked for Mr. Wallace. I didn't ask for Mr. Wallace to be on here. She did. And she didn't have to ask my permission, your permission, Peggy's permission.
Well,
Nobody else asked for Brent Wallace.
Well, I just thought I would ask Mr. Barton if I could have it added after the Black History Month.
Which you could.
Well, why isn't it on here? Let's add it here now.
Well, he told me, he said, the attorney doesn't think we need to,
Then why didn't you throw the attorney under the bus instead of the four of us?
and
Because I didn't do anything to
And I
you.
asked Larry, and Larry said I need to take a poll to see if, how the others feel about it.
So why didn't you say that instead of throwing
I'm
us
sorry,
under
I
the
guess
bus?
I said the wrong thing, Mr.
Well, I'm just curious what I did to deny you from doing something
No,
on
you
the agenda.
didn't, but your vote was that you didn't think it needed to be there.
No,
Not
my
vote,
vote
but your
was.
I never voted on
voted on the
anything.
agenda.
That's your opinion.
My vote was that the attorney didn't think it was necessary for us to make a statement. That was my opinion.
Well, I made my statement, and I'll let my statement stand.
Mr. Chair, I think you and I talked about just individual statements.
Go ahead, Mr. Peters. My goodness.
Okay, that, I just wanted to clarify that there, but I wanted to move on now. It was my understanding, because we do not have direct supervision, there's a board that has supervision over the individual, that it was in their realm, and the lawyer had advised that we probably
Who is the lawyer?
didn't need to make a statement at this. So that was my understanding. Now, that said, I can understand Shelby's feelings were hurt, and so were some of our folks in the community over what happened. I'm not in privy to what exactly happened, because I didn't see the Super Bowl, I didn't see all the comments, and I don't feel like I've really gotten all the dialogue that went on. But I will tell you this, you have to be very careful in these situations, because freedom of speech is different than if you're the director of an organization, especially a government organization, that you have to abide by no discrimination and stuff like that. And I'm gonna tell you, Rick, where I spent my years, that you don't send someone home without pay if they're at the top of the food chain. You send them home permanently if they're involved in this kind of thing, if they're guilty. I'm not saying that applied here. What I'm trying to say is, it either was an apology thing and a misunderstanding, or it was something where, and it could go further to where the community starts to form the opinion that there's because I had feedback that employees were sitting there agreeing with it. That could go further and say, now there's a culture in that agency that's been developed. And I'm not saying that's the case, but what I'm pointing out is these things have to be treated seriously, and maybe the board did over there, but I'm just saying that is a serious thing, and because we depend on the state for funding and that, and the minute they hear, the minute we start looking like we don't comply with the policies that they expect you to live by, then we may be hurting ourselves in the future. So we were not the board directly, we indirectly have control because we nominate the board members and we approve them. But directly that board addressed the issue, and we've got to leave it at that, I think. If I said anything wrong, I do not mean to offend anyone.
Mr. Chair, we have one on the line now.
Okay, go ahead. Caller, just please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Autumn Hutchinson. I was going to come and speak today regarding the incident of the executive director. I chose not to, when I heard Art was coming, I chose not to out of respect of Art being there. Shelby, I heard you speak, and I just want to thank you for your words. I thanked you on Facebook already, but I want to thank you in front of all these people that sit on this board. Sorry, I didn't intend to be emotional. I want to come at this from a different angle. When we talk economic development, we talk about our resources. That's one of the things that's important to economic development. But so is our reputation. So is our reputation. And we have a lot of things that we have to fight against as far as our reputation. And one of our highest paid leaders in our county that oversees our most vulnerable population made horrific racial statements on Facebook, public statements. He didn't care who's seen it. He made them publicly. And Rhonda's screenshots are there if you want to see them and make it real clear what he said. And our board of supervisors, every single one of you, I sent an email to you. I sent an email to Larry Barton. I sent an email to our sheriff. A few of you replied, most of you didn't. Our reputation is very important to our economic development. And I totally would expect the leaders in our community to take a unified stance and say, we do not tolerate racist remarks, much less tolerate them from one of our highest paid leaders in our county. You don't have to do it from a moral standpoint. Do it from an economic development standpoint because our reputation matters.
Did you hang up? Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Is there any other calls? Anyone else from the public want to make a remark? Last call, public comment. So there's two things I want to be very clear about right now. First, this issue was going to be addressed by me, and like Ms. Hutchinson, we had a crowd of people here, citizens that we wanted to recognize for good things and their families here, and we had a crowd of professionals developing and investing into our county, so I didn't feel it prudent necessarily to open the meeting with a negative cloud that's been over the county the past couple of weeks. So I want to be very clear that nobody's ignoring or running from what statements were made by the behavioral health director. It wasn't a prudent thing, in my opinion, as chairman, to do it at the beginning of the meeting. Secondly, the way this board has always, and for 3 years, adopted an agenda is between meetings, members will contact Ms. Lyle, Mr. Barton, and say, I would like a child at play sign added to the agenda. And Ms. Lyle will add it. Ms. Lyle, is that right? There's no one that asks permission from other members. There's no poll that's taken. Any member of this board can add anything at any time to the agenda. Now, we get here, and that's why we vote to approve the agenda. We have several days ahead of the meeting to see what's been added and what members have asked for, and then we vote to approve it. So that's when changes are made, and that's when a vote takes place. So I want to be extremely clear about how that process works. At no time before tonight was it ever presented to me that Mrs. Willis wanted to add something to this agenda, and I said no, it couldn't be, or I voted no. Never. And nor would I. Any member that wants anything to be considered by this board, I'm open to and be a proponent to adding it on here. From what I can tell from this dialogue, is you asked for a call to be made by each member, which
No,
that's
I
really
didn't.
kind of inappropriate. FOIA exists because you have to take up business in public settings and vote in public. So, but it sounds like Mr. Sturgill said it wouldn't be appropriate for this board to make a collective statement. That doesn't mean that Ms. Willis can't make a statement, or Ms. Sluss, or myself. I'm getting ready to make my statement on it. And I wasn't going to make it, again, like I said, with a room full of people with different business concerning something that doesn't concern them. So I'm going to make my statement on the situation now. I've not made it on social media because it seems like everything that gets posted to social media, you'll have 15 people with a negative comment, 10 people with a positive, and you end up taking time from your job and your children trying to deal with it, and you go crazy. So I'm making my statement on this situation here now. And my statement is this. I, as a board member, absolutely condemn any racially insensitive opinions or remarks made by any official in Dickinson County. I do not condone them whatsoever. However, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, all I can do with this particular agency is appoint a citizen whom I trust and who is knowledgeable and that I think will do the best job they can do on that board. And that's what I did. And this particular agency has a board of citizens whom I know each and every one to be of high character, high intelligence, and took this matter very seriously from what I can understand. And that's all I can do as a Board of Supervisors member is appoint people that I trust and can make good and right decisions. I don't know the make good and right decisions. I don't know the behavioral health human resources policy. I don't know the employment record of this person. I don't know the employment performance of this person. I don't know what was said in closed session. I don't know anything about the human resources record or policy of this administrative agency. I know nothing about it. So all I can do is trust the person that I've appointed to make the right decision. And I'm not going to judge whether it was right or wrong. All I can say is I put the trust in the citizen that I appointed, as did you all. And I believe, in looking back, each member of this board now has a member that they personally appointed to that agency board. And that's all we can do. I condemn the statement. I don't condone racially insensitive remarks. And that's all I have to say about it.
Also, we can't control them once we appoint them. They have their own, it's under the code of Virginia that they make the decisions, not
But I
us.
certainly would appreciate you redacting what you said
Oh,
because it's not
I
true.
didn't mean that he took a vote. Larry told me he'd take a poll. And am I correct that I asked you to put it on the agenda?
About
And he
making
said,
the
well, I
statement.
think we need to take a poll before we add it to see if it's approved
Well, I
by the other
suggest we
members.
don't ever do that again.
All right, I'm sorry.
I want to say, I agree with all of what Josh said, and I too am against any form of any citizen, and certainly any citizen making a racist statement on Facebook, whether Facebook, Instagram, or whatever, or public, I resent that, and I think it's wrong. It's sinful. Racism is sinful. The Bible teaches it. I learned it when I was a little girl. God loves the little children, all the little children of the world, red, yellow, black, and white. They're precious in His sight. That's what I was taught, and that's what you was taught too, Shelby.
Amen.
And that's what I was taught. So
Everybody's blood's the same color.
everything's that's right. I love all. I looked it up. What people of color? I love them all, and is it inborn or are we taught racism? That's the question. I wasn't taught racism in my home, and you wasn't either.
No.
Now, are there does racism exist in this county, in this world today? Yes, it does. Unfortunately, it does. Because we are a fallen people. It's sinful. Racism is sinful. I'll say that to Autumn. I'll say it to anybody. It is a sin against God to express and do racism, or to say words that are hurtful and to people of color. And I, for one, condemn anybody that did that. It was inappropriate and wrong to do that.
And I guess I get to think that we can condone this because we didn't want to get in some Facebook war with everybody. I was going to make a statement about this. I have stood on this stage and we've tried to give money and support Mr. Mock with anything he's ever done. I've sat and ate dinner beside Mr. Mock at civic events. I've made sure that he's been recognized as the mayor at civic events, stood up and made sure that he was properly recognized. I don't have any racially insensitive bone or opinion in my body, and why we're being attacked with this when we know all we can do is appoint these members to this board, and that board has to handle it. There's not legally anything we could do about it. And I condemn the statements, and that's just all I have to say about it.
Hey, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's Ron Peters. It is obvious by how long we've been discussing this and the emotions that I'm hearing, that this did impact some people. And I agree to the point that we appoint people, really, we all vote on every member that's on there.
And those are good people on there.
When we appoint them. But the point I'm trying to make here, it's attacking our people. Is it prudent for us to ask the state about it? Is it prudent that we, the state get involved? Because I can tell you right now, I don't trust us locally to evaluate this properly. I think the state needs to really evaluate it. Because this is serious business, and you do not transgress these lines, especially if you're the leader of the entire organization.
Well, we're still in public comment. That's certainly something you can take up with council or however you want to take it up. But is there anyone else, Mr. Mullins, do we have any other calls? Anyone else that'd like to make a public remark? We've got a long agenda left and it's getting late already. So I'm going to close public comment and move on to item 8, old business mowing contract. Mr. Barton, you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your packet, you have a copy of our current mowing agreement that we have. It's item 8A. That is with Sergeant Lawn Care, Mr. Adrian Sargent. What I need the pleasure of the board is whether the board would want to re-advertise for this with another RFP, because mowing season will be starting soon, or we still have options to renew this. I have reached out to Mr. Sargent. He is willing to continue this contract at the agreed upon price, no increases. I think it would be hard pressed to get anyone else to do it for that price. So I just really need to know the pleasure of the board, what you would like to do on this.
$35,220, that's what he's, I make
Yes,
a
ma'am.
motion that we renew his agreement. I don't think we're gonna get anybody to do it any cheaper.
Sure he didn't make much money last year.
No, I don't see how he can even do it for that.
Well, I second the motion that we go ahead and let him mow.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the mowing contract, please signify by saying aye. Aye as well. Aye. Brings us to the cleaning agreements, Mr. Barton.
Mr. Chair, thank you. On the cleaning agreements as well, I just need to get the pleasure of the board if this is something that you want to do an RFP on. We have 3 properties, the Pound River Bear Pen property, the Crane's Nest Trail, and the Spillway Ball Field. Those are being performed right now. The first 2 by Mr. Bo Dotson, the third one, the Spillway Ball Field by Chris Wood. We could make the option to continue these contracts, or we could go back out to bid again on them. I just need to know the pleasure of the board on those as well.
I think we should approve there was only one thing you and I talked about. Was it $600 or $650?
600. There was a typo in there.
Okay, so I think we should approve I looked at all, I'm sure everybody looked at all of them, and they've not gone up on their prices either. So I make a motion that we approve the cleaning agreement for Pound River, Bear Pen, Crane's Nest Trail, and the Spillway Ball Field.
I'll second it.
I'll second it. Ron?
She did.
Any other
Peggy did.
discussion?
Oh, okay, I didn't hear it.
Sorry about that.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye as well.
Aye.
That brings us to new business, proclamation in regard to Black History Month.
Michelle, we will let you make it.
You want to read it?
I'm trying
Mr.
to
Martin,
find
this
it.
is something I think that we need to do in January, since we're so late in
It's the
February
last 7
doing
months we
it.
need to get it.
And I think, Miss Jerry Scardo brought it to our attention last year. She came and made a wonderful speech on
Right.
Black History Month. And that's what reminded me that we had never done it since I've been on the board. But I think it's something that we do need to start
We do.
doing.
We need to try to mark our calendars and take care of that in January next year. I agree,
Because
Ms.
we need to
Willis.
do it a month in advance, because
Instead of
this
the
is the
last
last
day of the
day
month.
of February.
Well, I'd be glad to read it, and I did a lot of research last night on it, because I learned a lot doing research on it. I wasn't taught, some of this stuff I wasn't taught in school, a lot of it I wasn't taught in school. Unfortunately, I hope our kids are getting taught this in school. Whereas, the Board of Supervisors of Dixon County proclaims Black History Month, which is February proclamation. Whereas during Black History, do you write one more, do I have to read all this?
Yeah.
Whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our country, and whereas beginning on February the 12th, 1926, and for many years thereafter, the second week of February was celebrated as Black History Week, chosen to coincide with the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln, and whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, Black History Week was expanded and became established as Black History Month, and is now celebrated all across America. Hallelujah. And whereas the celebration of Black History Month is a positive way of recognizing the culture and history of African Americans as essential to the core beliefs and values of our society, and whereas the contributions of African Americans have been vital to the growth and development of Dickinson County and our nation, now therefore the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim and observe February 2023 as Black History Month, as we recognize and observe the significant contributions of African Americans to Dickinson County and our country, dated this, the 28th day of February 2023. And I looked up last night, The Emancipation Proclamation took place in 1863 by Abraham Lincoln. Thereafter, the 13th Amendment to abolish slavery. What has helped our black people, our people of color? People of color, I want to emphasize that. I looked what they wanted to be called. It was people of color. The Jim Crow laws prevented many people of color from being able to vote, go to school, and so forth. In 1964, Lyndon Johnson did the Civil Rights Act, and he gave the power to desegregate public accommodations, fight against workplace discrimination, speed up public schools, and I commend Lyndon Johnson for what he did in 1964.
By reading that, did you make the motion?
I make a motion that we declare February, which I hope that as Black History Month.
And the
I
reason,
second the motion then.
well, and the reason that I asked if that was what you was doing, because I was going to second it, but Shelby already done that, but that's fine.
All right, we have motion and second to approve the read resolution. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. As well. Brings us to 9B, Mr. Barton.
Pass this to Mr. Sturgill. Yes, he's the one participating in this, and that's this we put on the agenda.
Yes, this is a resolution that's being requested for the opioid-related settlement claims against Teva, Allergen, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS. And this is for the class action suit that we have in regard to this. As far as the amount, that's still waited to be divvied up as far as what the actual amount would be coming to Dickinson County. But our outside counsel has requested that we approve this resolution in order to be able to move forward with getting money from these suits. So I would ask for your all's support.
Mr. Sturgill, we received something on that. It's been a while back. It was in one of our books how much that Dickinson was supposed to receive, which they may have changed that since then.
This is a separate suit that was on some of the other.
Oh, okay, that was a
claimants.
different one, okay. All right, thank you.
This is different claimants.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
Different people on it. right?
correct.
Well, I'll make a motion that we pass that resolution if that's what it takes for our county to participate in any funds that would come from that lawsuit.
That's correct.
I second the motion.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. As well.
Aye.
It brings us to 9C, excuse me. Appointments to Mountain Empire.
Connie resigned because of, she didn't think she had the appropriate time she called me, and I'm sure she called Larry, to spend on it. And, I then contact Mike Stroud, who has taught from Mountain Empire and so forth, and he said he served on a board down there that he couldn't serve on this. But then I thought about his wife, Carolyn Stroud. She's taught for school for many years, and she's also knowledgeable of what Mike does on the Mountain Empire, and I want to nominate her to take Connie Stallard's place. Put her name in nomination.
And so how we've been doing this, we don't do a second, we take a nomination pool from members, and then we'll vote on them chronologically. If there's not another nomination, then we will just vote.
Carolyn
So we have Miss Carolyn Stroud's name in the pool. Are there any other names that would like to be submitted by any members?
I'll make a motion that we cease the nominations.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor that nominations cease, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
As well.
Aye.
Is there a motion to appoint Ms. Stroud to this board?
I'll make that motion.
I'll
She
second
said
it.
she was willing to serve.
We have a motion and
Should we get
second for
on it?
Mrs. Stroud to be appointed, Ms. Carolyn Stroud, for the MECC Advisory Board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Aye.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm going to relinquish the chair to you
Okay.
for this next appointment, and I'm going to abstain myself completely from this process for this particular board.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am?
it's my appointment, I believe.
Yeah, no, I'm just,
Oh.
I'm letting her handle the whole thing.
All right.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is the Public Welfare Board for Mrs. Willis's district, and we will let her make her nomination.
I'm going to reappoint Diane Mullins for that term.
I'll second it, second it.
Okay. We have a move and second on the floor. Are there any comments for Diane Mullins to be reappointed to the Public Welfare Board? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
And Madam Chair, just please note my abstention from the vote and from any of the processes involved in this appointment.
Okay, we have 4 in favor, 1 abstention, and I will now give it back to our chairman on item number 3.
Thank you for helping me with that, Ms. Kaiser.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Brings us to 9C3, an appointment to
Building code.
the Board of Building Code of Appeals.
Fred.
I don't know if these are district appointments or not, but Gray Edwards lives in my district, and he is willing to serve
They're not
another term.
district appointments.
You submit his name, Ms.
And I
Kaiser?
will submit his name again,
We have
yes.
Mr. Edwards' name.
I'll
submitted.
second it.
We don't, let's.
Oh, you
think-
don't have to second.
Yes, ma'am, let's just, is there any other names?
Oh.
I make a motion that the nomination cease.
Thank you. Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
I know, Ron, we're moving quick. Are you all right?
I'm great.
Okay, we have a motion and second to cease nominations. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye as well.
Aye.
We have a motion for Mr. Edwards to be formally appointed.
I'll second it.
Or do we have a motion? You wanna
Yes,
make-
I make a motion for Gray
And then we
Edwards.
have the second by Ms. Willis. All those in favor of appointing Mr. Edwards, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Aye.
That brings us to 9D. Mr. Peters, do you want to talk about that, or do you want to let Mr. Barton or one or both?
It's really no change from what I understand, so unless someone's got something they want to discuss or say, that by all means.
Mr.
go ahead
Sturgill,
and
had you reviewed it
I have.
and it's okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I read it and I didn't see any difference in it from the year before. I make a motion that
Well,
we,
I will question one thing, or just inform you one thing. I may have erred when I said that, but that agreement, I think we did have to add something for our COVID stuff. Am I right, Larry?
The COVID protocol is the only thing that changed as far as it added the COVID protocol in there.
That's just to make it, so if we ever have to go to some kind of pandemic, we've got a process that'll allow us to do what we need to do in that. But so I didn't want to be on record saying something correct. It didn't really change the intent of the policy. It just opened this up so that we would be able to deal with it better the next time if it happens.
Yes, and thank you for clarifying that. But the manpower agreement and user agreement themselves didn't change, but it did add the COVID policy to that, correct?
Any motions or?
I made a motion that we go ahead and approve this Cumberland Plateau Regional Waste Management Authority Manpower Service Agreement.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Aye.
That brings us to the user agreement. Mr. Peters, anything on that?
No, thanks, Bill.
Mr. Barton, anything on that?
No, as he said, I went to the meeting with Mr. Peters this past month. We had a lot of budget items to talk about and bid items to talk about at that meeting, and this agreement is the same as in previous years, the same as last year.
Your
And I
motions?
will say, the reason I'm holding back on motions on this is because this is your guys' opportunity. I've already seen this. So that's why,
Well, I read
know where I
mine.
stand now.
Well, I'm sure you understand it completely.
I make a motion that we pass this user agreement for solid waste disposal.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye as well.
Aye.
Mr. Barton, that brings us to 9E.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. The items in 9E, we have two different items. The first one is on a land surveyor, the second is on a real estate appraiser. This is on the grant that was applied for the floodproofing grant that Mr. Rakes, our building inspector, had applied for, and we got awarded for approximately $2.3 million. We advertised for this first one, of course, a surveyor, and we received and reviewed the responses and are recommending Culbertson Surveying to handle this for us. $1,500 per property for the boundary and $650 per property for the elevation.
Does this involve the core property?
It does not. It's totally separate from the core, and the properties in this other grant are for properties that were not eligible for the core funding on that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I
It would be for those that may have been built after the 2006 date when the agreement was adopted or other reasons they weren't eligible for core. Then this gives them basically a similar program to what the core is doing for floodproofing or acquisition.
I want to thank our building inspector for getting this extra money to help people who didn't fall or under the core buyout. Thank Mr. Chris Rakes.
Yeah, he done a fantastic job on this.
I would say to this too, we need to be cognizant of, this isn't under his duty, his job description, to go out and seek out grants. He did an awesome thing here. And it helps the county because some of these properties should have never been built or trailers put where they were put. And date goes back to when we didn't have a building inspector that was enforcing the ordinances in the county.
That's right.
Wasn't certified.
They didn't enforce it for 30 years, many years that I worked. And we didn't enforce it either, the health department. We do now.
There's not but just a little bit of difference in both of those, aren't they? Or the first one is the cheapest one?
Right, well, this is both on Culbertson because we're going to need boundary surveys and elevation
need
certificates
both?
on other
Okay.
properties. So
Yeah.
I'll make the motion that we award this to Culbertson Surveying for the land surveys and boundaries.
Yeah, he's good.
They're on Nicholsville.
Do we not have a land surveyor that, in the county that?
we did not have one that responded, no ma'am.
Not one.
So this is two different,
Yes, the first one here is going to be the number one here, the E1 is for surveying, and then E2 is going to be for appraisals.
okay, I'll make a motion that we pass the Culberson Surveying for the first one then.
I thought I just made that motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'll second it.
All those in favor, or any other discussion? Anything else from anybody? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
As well.
Aye.
E2,
E2, moving on to that. Again, we took bids on both of these at the same time. Nothing was received in county. I don't think there's any appraisals within the county, but very reasonable. $375 per appraisal is what came back from Norton Appraisal Company, and that's who we're recommending to award this to.
And we have no appraisers in this county that
none that I'm aware of.
responded? I thought Mr. Whatchcott used to be appraiser for the banks. What's his name? McLaughlin? He didn't respond. Okay.
I make a motion that we pass this one, Norton Appraisal Company, for the real estate appraisers. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. As well.
Aye.
Good, we already done F.
Already done the F.
So we
Down
got
to
G.
Arthur. They did a great presentation on that.
Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have before us here two different agreements to pass in regards to our ARC funding for the Red Onion 1 project. Of course, with that Red Onion 1 project, we are looking, we're putting, we've already got the site pads.
Mr. Chair, if I may, ARC in this instance is,
Appalachian Regional Commission.
yes.
Yep, thank you for clarifying that. So we have a grant from them for putting entrances and utilities into these. You know, as you know, Cumberland Plateau works with us on this, and they are helping with this. The first is going to be the interagency agreement, and the second is the administrative agreement. And basically, by doing this, you know, we're the first interagency agreement. I'm sure you've read it, but we're agreeing to accept the grant. And as we talked about, we do have a shortfall in funding. on this, and we've identified some potential funding sources. ARC is actually giving an additional $500,000 towards this, and then, we're saying that we'll work towards getting the rest of the funding needed to complete this.
So you need us to approve the agreement?
Yes, ma'am. We have two, but it'll be this first one, and then we'll look at the other one.
Okay, I make a motion that we do G, which is the additional funding for Red Onion, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It goes on to the next
Oh,
page.
next
G1, the
page, okay.
interagency agreement is our first one.
Okay. The interagency agreement, I make a motion we pass that one.
I'll second it.
And just to clarify, I mean, this is the inflation we're dealing with.
It is.
And
With
we
this
have
awarded back in
funding sources, we are
2019, when we
confident
done
in.
things, we had all of our funding in place, and that would cover that, but with the, the hyperinflation that we've seen, on water line used to be, $40 a foot, you can get it installed. Now we're looking,
$100 a foot.
3 and 4 times that at times. So, but with that, like I said, ARC is aware of that, and that's why they went back and gave an additional $500,000 just for the inflation. But we are still working on the other funding piece.
All right, we have Ms. Wilson's motion. Is there a second?
I second it.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. All those in favor, or any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving on to G2, the administrative agreement. What this is our agreement with Cumberland Plateau to handle this for us. It outlines what the scope of their work and things are. On page 4, there's an error in this that's marked there. That's a typo that will be corrected on that. It's typed out $300,000. It's supposed to be $30,000 on that, and that's the price we have to pay to them for all their work on this grant, the environmental and everything that they've done.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, this $30,000 is written into the ARC grant for grant management, so it is not $30,000 that the county has to write.
Correct. Thank you, ma'am.
So it's 30,000?
Yes, ma'am.
You want me to make a motion to
Sure.
approve that one also?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Administrative agreement, I make a motion that we pass that one.
Well, we already done that, did we?
No, the administrative, we've not. We
Okay, we're done the interagency.
We did the
We're doing
interagency.
the administrative.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye as well.
Aye.
9H,
Okay. On the 9H, if you'll look on your desk before you was the policies. These were emailed out to you after you picked up your package, but they were loosely on the desk here as well, in addition to the email. And reason being, at the time the package went out, Mr. Sturgill and I were still working on these. Ms. Cronkite had a hand in helping us with these as well. This all stemmed from the conversation we had earlier in the meeting today with the events that took place at Behavioral Health. Will and I went back and looked at our policy to try to make sure that we were covered in the event that something happened with us. So we're proposing 2 policy changes here to be added to our handbook. The first you'll see is a social media policy draft that we have. It outlines what social media is and employee responsibilities and conduct when using social media. Then the second policy that we have is going to be a professional code of conduct for the Board of Supervisors. It's how employees are supposed to handle themselves and professionally to represent the county.
so does this, I mean, this wouldn't cover a employee that's on their phone in the constitutional office, would it?
It would not unless the Constitutional Office chose to adopt our policies. And we do have some, I know the treasurer's here, and the treasurer generally follows our policies. Other offices do not. They do their own.
Very, very, if they don't do their own, they automatically fall under the county policy.
So who's going to enforce it?
Well, I think we're going to enforce it whenever, I think as far as it's more so enforced whenever a situation comes to our attention, something's brought to our attention that an employee has done something on this. I don't think, I don't
We
have the
don't
time
have
to
this in place
scour.
right now.
I'm sorry.
This isn't in place right now.
We do not have anything in place. I thought that we did, and I went back and looked through all of our policy and talked to Mr. Sturgill as well, and we looked at this and felt like this is a gap in our current policy that we needed to address for both of these the social media and the professional code of conduct. And professional code of conduct actually come from the federal employee handbook, and the social media was a corporate policy. Both of those were adapted to the county.
It sort of, I read it discusses when you can use your phone in the workplace. It can only be used, that's gonna be hard to enforce, but, that had that policy where I work too, but.
And I think the intent's to make sure that it's not affecting, obviously, business
Yeah,
owners.
your work.
Exactly.
I don't think nobody's gonna go around and say, well, you know.
I don't have time to do that, but we need
You
to
was on
tighten that part.
Facebook when you should have been working or something like that.
I think we always
That
have a
would be
gap
easy
in our
to prove,
policies.
though.
It does.
Would be, would it?
Mm-hmm. That's why that Murdoch trial, he's such a dumbhead. He said they followed him around with his phone.
It'd be a lot, it'd be very easy to prove.
I don't have time to watch it.
You don't have
Well,
time to
that'd
watch
be
it.
very
It's interesting.
And again, I will state, with this, even though we don't have any control over what happened at behavioral health, we talked about this, I can pretty well say that Monday after my whole day was spent dealing with phone calls and messages and emails with this. Tuesday, I was still getting them. I met with a couple that morning, and basically what I shared with them, that didn't represent my views nor the county's views. And I explained to them, how the board worked. I talked to Mr. Sturgill about this, but in doing so, after all that happened, we went back and looked at our policies to make sure that we were covered in the event that something happened, and we are not right now.
Well, I make
So
a
this sort
motion.
of falls under what you said, Mr. Evans, about their board knowing their policy and
Right.
handling it, right?
Maybe they should
Well, that's
adopt
right.
this
Yeah.
policy.
I don't know
They
the
They
adopted
have a
it in
policy.
I don't
December.
either.
They adopted this policy right
They
here?
adopted their social media policy in December.
Huh. Well, I make a motion we adopt it.
I'll second.
And
Any
to
other
clarify,
discussion?
this is the social media and the,
I think we as leaders of
And
our
professional code of
county,
conduct.
whether we are board members or whether we are directors or over social services, anything that we fund, we've fund some of these people. We fund behavioral health, we fund social services and all this. We need to hold ourselves at a higher standard than an ordinary citizen does, as being leaders of our county. I was reading my instruction book on being chairman. We're supposed to conduct ourselves like we're in a courtroom before a judge.
Shelby, this is Rob, Associate Director.
Do what?
I said Associate Directors of agencies and stuff.
That's what I said, the people that we are over with our funding, we all need to hold ourselves at a higher standard as we sit in public. We got something to vote on.
I'm waiting.
There's a motion and a second, I thought.
Yeah, they are. Rob
Any
made
other
the motion and
discussion?
Josh seconded.
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Aye.
Brings us to 9I. I have no idea what exactly this is.
It's a,
It's the refund
Maybe
claim.
she knows.
Yes.
oh,
Oh,
that's it.
okay.
I bet
This
she knows.
is a request for a refund from one of the sales from tax. And in this, you will see the letter from John Rife that is directed to me. And what he has, after doing the research, it appears that this property has been determined to be improperly placed on the tax rolls as a duplicate. And therefore, we're requesting the Board of Supervisors to make a motion to approve a reimbursement to Glenn and Donna Hurl pursuant to Virginia Code 58.13971B for a total of $29,0960 in order to reimburse them for the property that they did not buy.
Any discussion? Any motions?
If it's a duplication, I don't know that we have any choice.
But we don't
No, you don't.
under the
Yeah.
code,
Yeah, under the code, we don't.
correct, but the code requires it to come back to the board of
Right.
Because you're
supervisors.
making a appropriation.
Yeah,
Correct.
I will make that motion.
Well, did somebody bid on this property and purchased it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that person relinquish their payback for that or not? Or,
No, we would be refunding their payback for that, so for what they paid for it.
so
since
they
doesn't
bought it at
exist.
an auction?
They did.
And
They
they
bought it at-
actually owned it?
They bought it at a tax sale, and they determined it was already owned by someone else after investigated.
You got a motion?
Yep, I made the motion.
I'll second the motion that we have to pay it back if it's a duplicate.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye as well.
Aye.
Brings us to 10, to go into closed session. Motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A, 1, personnel all departments, and Section 2.2-311A, 5, economic development update, Section 2.2-3711A, 8, consultation with legal counsel.
Is there a second?
Second it.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Aye.
All right, we'll now be back out of closed session. Is there a motion certifying closed session?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we only discuss those issues that we previously went into closed session for.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Willis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And yes for me as well, Madam Clerk. Closed session was certified. Is there any motions to be made from matters discussed in closed session?
Hey, would you make
Well, I got it right here. I'll make a motion that we hire Rachel Mullins as the in the custodial position at the Judicial Center.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Aye.
Any other motions coming out of closed session? Our next topic for discussion is the scheduling of our public hearing to set our tax levies. The suggested date is March 28, 2023 at 5:45. Is that date viable for everybody?
That's our board meeting.
That's our
Right,
regular
okay,
meeting.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's regular meeting.
We just come 15 minutes earlier, right?
So do we hear a motion to schedule this public hearing?
So move.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor, please signify by saying.
Wait. I wanted to say something, so then we're gonna schedule it with no change in the rate? I just want to clarify.
He has to advertise it. You can advertise it up, but you can't advertise it less than what you're.
I know, and I just wanted, we do need to say that.
Yes, and thank you for clarifying that, Ron. It would be at the same rates.
Same rate.
Level rate.
Yeah,
To see
that's
if I
fine,
was
that's all I'm clarifying. Please cast your vote.
I would say Mr. Barton advertised it at our current rates.
Is there a second to, I know let's redo this. So you're gonna clarify the motion to advertise at level rates. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. That brings us to supervisor comments. Ms. Willis?
You know, I guess I misstated that I thought that Mr. Barton took a poll as to whether or not it went on the agenda, because I asked his permission, what did he think about putting it on the agenda, and he took a poll. And not a vote. I apologize to any member that I offended, but I don't regret what I said, that I'm not a racist. Never will be, never have been.
Okay. Are you
Close.
through?
I'm finished. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I thank everybody we had a good presentation tonight for the rehab center, and I wish everybody a happy spring. We've already believed we're entered into spring, but thank you. God bless everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Kaiser?
I'd just like to thank everybody that came out, participated with the ARC conversations. I just hope that people gets a desire in their heart to want to have a change from the addiction that they have been accustomed to want help and get a new sustainable life without all of the headaches of addiction. And thank everybody for the meeting tonight. Okay.
Mr. Peters?
I'm good, thank you.
It's been a long meeting. I'm wore out. The ARC people were very impressive. I just, again, don't want to continue to kick a dead horse, but we didn't prohibit, the way our agenda process works, any member can put anything on the agenda, so. And I had planned and intended to make a statement regarding the situation regardless of the dialogue we got into. It just wasn't appropriate at the beginning of the meeting, the amount of people and other business we had here. So I want to be unequivocal in condemning any sort of racially insensitive opinions or remarks made by anybody associated with our county and board. So But nonetheless, I think we had a very productive meeting. Thank God for this weather today. I hope the revival of Valley View went really well. I don't think it's coincidental that we've had this positive message from ARC and positive things from our administration and our economic development director on what we're moving forward, and simultaneously having revival in Southwest Virginia and our county. I think the things are moving forward. I think we've got people in place moving our county forward. I think Ms. Stanley's testimony was very powerful tonight, and I'm very grateful for the work our administrator has done and Ms. Cronkott's done. And I'm grateful for each of you all, regardless of where we may or may not disagree. We've all worked really hard on a lot of different things with this project, so I'm happy to see it moving forward, and I'm extremely happy with the presentation tonight. So
I appreciate Larry and Dana having such a hard day with the meetings today too. I know y'all are tired.
Well, I hope everybody has a safe way home and a good night and a good day tomorrow. There's a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor to adjourn, please signify by saying aye.
Say aye.
Aye as well. We'll be
Take that
adjourned.
under your